zone was beneficial to him. So very excited to have him on board. Patat, Caveman, Web3 Gaming TV, Smartass, they're all here. Like, this is going to be a huge day. There's also Luello, Proto, Banks. It's going to be a really heated bracket. I've got some great stuff on the way. It is all good. How you going today, man?
Dude, I'm feeling great. I'm a little tired, 4 a.m., but hey, I wouldn't be happier to wake up this early for anything else other than the Inferno. As you said, Viper's playing today, which is really, really exciting. Unfortunately, it is just single elim, so we have that chance of him getting unlucky and just not being able to see him, but I have faith in Viper that he'll perform. We'll be able to see him on stream. That would be really fun. But also, as you said, Smartass, excited to see him play as well. Yeah, we got Whitey, you know, we got all the boys. We got all the community out today. It's gonna be a really fun time. I'm really excited to see what the meta turns out to be, because we just had a patch, and the Infernos are always fun when there's a patch right before the Inferno drops, because then nobody knows really what's good, and you always have that one person that came up with this like super crazy good deck. So it'll be fun to see if that ends up happening, or if we see some of the regular like Tsunami, Harbinger, or like just Mud, Toxic, Arcanite. It'll be fun to see what pops up today.
Yeah, I think I heard Arcanite won the Ethlers' tournament 12-13 hours ago, or whatever that was. But the other thing is, I know that there's a lot of Tsunami, Ranger, Weapon, all that sort of stuff going around at the moment. We are going to go straight into game one.
Yeah, this is another thing that I was...
Oh, crap. You can tell I haven't done this in a week.
It's all good.
Alright. We're going into game one.
Excuse me.
Oh
but
my
yeah,
God.
so
here we go.
This is Gypsy versus Sambu, right?
Yep.
Gypsy's playing Invokers, which is something we haven't really been seeing a lot because of the leecher bug, where it was taking away way too much energy. But Invokers actually look, from the few games that I played, Invokers actually feel pretty good right now. So I think we'll probably see a good bit of Invokers. I don't know if it's going to dominate the tournament or dominate the meta right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more Invokers today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I am looking forward to this one. We've got Web3 Gaming TV coming up next on stream, so I'm eager for that as well. I just realized that I can't see it properly. I'm going to have to shift up how my screens are going. So just give me a minute to do that. But I think the really funny part about this is the entire Techno Leecher thing wasn't actually in our last tournament. It actually appeared shortly after our last tournament, kind of went through the ranks for a while, and everyone was using it and stuff, and then it got patched like yesterday. And so even though it was kind of changing the meta for six days or so, we haven't actually captured it in our stream at all, which has been really interesting. So don't forget to mute a little bit when you're typing.
Oh, sorry, sir.
That's all good. I forget to. Alrighty.
Had to throw a little tweet out, let the boys on Twitter know we're live. I think it's always interesting to see how people put these 3 water bulwarks on turn 1.
I'm starting to get more and more angry that very specific turn 1s seem to win. And that is just the nature of the game, but I'm starting to see that it doesn't matter what archetype you're playing at all. Bulwark and Water are easily some of the best 2 affinities and synergies in the game, and they're going to be played every single freaking time, and it's so annoying. They just... It doesn't matter if you're Arcanite, it doesn't matter if you're Invoker, it doesn't matter if you're Tsunami or you're Mud. 3 Bulwark Water opener is pretty much the only thing people play, except for the Toxic opener. But that's like one team might play that, you know?
I do think a lot of that has to do with the way that resistances work right now, because you know those augments that take away resistances, they only take away the base resistances, not like resistances that are added on top. So like bulwark, for example, like it doesn't take away percentage away from that added on. So there's a bit of a bug in that kind of sense that makes it a little bit weaker. But yeah, I don't know.
I've just
Anyways.
removed the overlay for a minute because I want to move where the overlay sits.
Interesting positioning by Gypsy, though. Putting his bulwarks all the way back there, putting his Mephisto up a little bit up front too much. I guess he wants to stop the way Sambu has his flood setup. But generally, like if you're playing into another team comp that's going to have a strong gauntlet, you can't just sit next to your flood anyways, and he doesn't have any rogues or anything, so Sambu is completely fine not to use this tactic. He should just be looking for the best angle possible.
I don't know if that's a good spot for it. Can you see the overlay?
I can't yet, but I will in a second. Sponsored by?
No, the one I'm moving for the best of.
I'll have to wait. My stream's behind. I can't see it from here.
I just moved him around a little bit.
Oh, I see.
I'm gonna leave it there for now. I'll have to find a better spot for it down the track.
Sounds good. Chat, let us know what you think of those overlays. Pro level overlays.
They're a lot of fun. Jimbo may need to turn yourself up. Let me check on that. You keep talking.
Shout out Pokey Bros, by the way. Dude's bringing some heat and excitement in the chat. I love to see that.
I love it. I didn't think he was that low. He seems okay from what I'm hearing, but...
I moved my mic back in front of my mouth. Sorry about that, boys.
Right.
Be sure to like the stream and share it on socials, by the way, if you haven't already. Really helps get the stream and just the word about Illuvium out to people who don't know. Pokey Bros, much love to Illuvium crew. Illuvium is gonna get big. True, bro. Appreciate you, big dog. Love to see it. But here we go. Sambu's kind of just taking him apart. Gypsy just kind of waiting to scale up a little bit more. Those 3 air units on the side of Sambu are going to make it a little bit harder for Gypsy's units to cast, but not enough to, you know, be just a one-sided beatdown.
I would love to get some direct feedback in the chat. So we had a lot of DQs today, but that isn't really the biggest part of the problem, is that now everyone's moved far into the bracket, there's a lot of buys and all the rest of it. It makes getting a round 1 harder. Would you guys be a fan of us resetting the bracket after all the check-ins are done? Because then we would be able to fix all that very quickly and remove a lot of the buys and a lot of the weirdness. The only reason I hadn't done it in the past is because everyone likes to see their bracket and who they're up against, like, before the tournament starts. So missing that up right before it begins just seems kind of cruel. Oh, I changed my mind. I hate this spot for the overlays.
Sambu finally upgrading his gauntlet and armor all the way. That's pretty big. Like the amount of damage that you get up from that is insane. That 70 cost gauntlet, especially the water gauntlet, it just continually getting your Omega power up. And then he has the Centennial something or other, where the unit that's wearing it, if they get to this, I think it's 75 and 25% HP, they get 35 Omega power on top of it. So it's like you get 70 extra Omega power as soon as this boy dies, and you know he's going to be the first one that dies. You're just stacking that Omega power, making your ranger even stronger over time. And then once he gets in the Axodon as well, you'll have the 3 Tsunami, which will refund you 55% of your energy cost after you use your Omega. So this guy's about to be feeling very, very strong.
How do we think Invoker plays into Tsunami Enchanter? Wait, he got the wave? Oh my god!
I personally think Invoker's favored in that matchup, but I could be completely wrong. I'm not super proficient on either of these.
I think it's a 50-50. I think the big thing is that one of the best way to remove things like an Ophisto is actually that Ranger Gauntlet. Seeing that come into play right now, where it did remove it quite quickly.
Sambu has Gypsy on the ropes now.
It was a really good round. If that Ophisto didn't go down, he probably would have won. I think the armor on the suit on the Ranger is actually really key here. Because without that, the shock is actually going to take down the Ranger first pretty quickly. I believe there's no Illuvial that has lower resistances than naked, let's say naked Ranger. But with a suit, it actually gets above most of your stage 1s, especially things like the Cuculus and the Grocco here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the Grocco's Bulwark, so more the Cuculus and the Flood, sorry.
Yeah, in this matchup, like you're saying, you have to have that armor on because of the way that the shock works. It is so annoying playing that matchup and not having your armor on. I've been playing a lot of Tsunami recently, and that just feels so bad.
So it looks like chat has spoken. Bracket reset when there's a lot of DQs and things like that. I think definitely. I think even if it's not going to eliminate a round, I think it just makes for a healthier round. Yeah. All right, let's go into the game and hope that it is working.
So Sambu pulls out the same Tsunami team comp, and Gypsy pulls out this team comp that I just absolutely cannot stand. It really just makes me want to do something aggressive, but it's the Vermi like Spore team comp with the Enchanter Cucarath or whatever. Trying to kill that Vermi is just stupid. It really is annoying. If you don't have the clumsy augment, you pretty much just lose unless you can figure out a way to get all of your team to kill the opponent's team and save the Vermi for last. Very hard or interesting matchup. We'll have to see if Sambu can outplay the positioning from Gypsy though here. This round 1 is... I played into this round 1 yesterday actually with the Cuculus, the Air Volante and all that. It beats this Water Bulwark start pretty hard. They just all get hyper, you know, so they get the extra attack speed, so they're doing more damage on top of it and all that. In this matchup, with the Tsunami, something I'd like to point out here real quick is you can set it up where the Flood is just barely allowing the Ranger to be able to walk out so he doesn't get stuck depending on where your opponent places his units. But in this matchup where you have a rogue unit that's just as small as the Ranger, you want to kind of just lock that Ranger in. I don't know if I explained that well enough, but if you know what I mean, the hex is there. The Ranger can't move because of the way it's behind the Flood. For most rogues, they're so big you can pull the Flood out a little bit so that if your Ranger gets stuck, it can at least walk out freely behind the Flood. Yeah. But when you have a rogue that's that small that could walk in between it as well and just walk into the ranger, that doesn't work. You have to lock him in place. Which obviously Sambu's fine with doing here because he saw Gypsy was setting up on this right side anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Is going to lose this round though. Gypsy, all of his units just getting hyper so fast, and we're gonna move into overtime if he doesn't kill everything anyways and have the number advantage.
Ooh, didn't go overtime on 44 secs.
Yep.
Okay, so we're back. Great, love it. Alright. That was wild.
Sorry, Web3 Gaming TV. It might also just be the fact that I just woke up and I'm a little tired. Maybe this is a little bit better. Maybe you guys can let me know. Just like speaking up helps. I have my mic and settings turned all the way up. Otherwise, now this next turn, Sambu's gonna. Oh, this is turn 3. He decides to put on. Interesting. He decides to put on Indomitable on his Graco and put on the Arcane Sash instead of putting in Axodon and taking off the Arcane Sash. So, you know, he has the upgraded Gauntlet and 3 Tsunami, but he chooses to just go for 2 Tsunami and get the extra Omega Power energy right off the bat from the armor.
Yeah, you love to see it. I'm going to drop my volume a little bit. Alright, there we go. Didn't realize I was so loud. Okay. But yeah, so it looks like I have played this matchup a lot of times because I've been playing a lot of Kukulaf lately. And the Kukulaf does seem to dominate the Kukulus quite a bit. The fighters just aren't enough. The problem is you need to get as many units on the board as you can. And right now, Sambu has prioritized augments a little bit too much. What I've found is that 8 Illuvials will typically outperform augments in general. Also, your connection's a little bit weak again, Jimbo, just as a heads up.
Okay. Gypsy placing is Vermilier in the positioning where its Omega Power or its Omega can hit the Ranger, which I believe lowers his Omega Power. I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember what it does.
Also, Zeptile's put up his hand to maybe come on and help us commentate later on in the stream when he returns from something he's doing. So I'm looking forward to having someone else on to have a chat with for sure.
Of course, that sounds awesome. I always love having Zeptile.
He knows the game a lot better than me, I'll tell you that much.
Give his analysis. Yeah, you're telling me.
Energy drink advertisement incoming. I remember that. That was funny. Do you think Sambu can take this? Because he's looking like he's walking on thin ice. He might be able to survive this round, but it seems unlikely. The Vermilier is going to do a lot of work against this team. He just doesn't have any DPS on the board yet, and you need DPS to cut through something like a Vermilier, or it's literally going to be unkillable with the Spore. He's even got 3 Spore on the board. It's going to be impossible to take down.
I'm surprised he didn't try something like moving the Flood over to the other side. And I'm also really surprised he didn't put the Axodon in. You really want to get your Gauntlet going as soon as possible and as many times as possible, especially into a team that has healing. Because you're going to be doing tons of burst damage. You're not doing like tons of DPS over time, so you're doing the burst damage. If they're just healing, you're just going to be, because you're not getting your Omega off fast enough, you're just going to lose. You're not going to be able to kill anything.
Oh, it's doing some big hits, though. He might live this round. Nah. And Sambu goes down in game 2.
Yep. 1-1. Great foresight from Gypsy to pull out the Familiar, this Spore Enchanter build. Really cool from him to see that. And, you know, taking that next game in the series, bringing it to 1-1 against Sambu.
5 air 3 spore is just good, and I love to see. It's so much fun to watch at times, especially against something like an invoker. But I don't know how Sambu's going to respond to this. I don't know if he has another team set up that he's planning to go with or what, but I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. And yeah, for all of you that aren't aware yet, Jimbo's up at like 4 a.m. his time, I think, right now. So he's having a fun time today.
I mean, I'm having a good time. I'm just a little tired. We'll get there. Energy drink advertisement incoming. True. Actually, I don't have a bang with me. Today we're not actually sponsored by Ghost. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to say that. But Ghost. We have Ghost. This one's pretty good. It's the red berry flavor, I guess. It's like Sour Patch Kid. Surprisingly tastes exactly like a Sour Patch Kid. It's kind of weird. So yeah, that's my energy drink shout out of the day for the Inferno.
And yeah, we should also call out that this game is this tournament is sponsored by Illuvium. They are giving us the prize money to help distribute. And the other thing I should mention is, I almost forgot, the next 2 Illuvium Infernos are now live on StartGG. I have not made a Twitter post with the links yet, but
we'll get it.
I'll drop them in the chat later.
We'll get it.
I forgot.
It's fine. It's fine.
But they are live, and the second one is actually with a $1,500 prize pool, Swiss rounds, 7 rounds, 8 top cut. It's going to be a huge event.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Yeah, again, also shout out again to the Illuvium team for sponsoring the Inferno today. Great to see. You know, that, like, to me, that says a lot about a gaming company and the health and mindset of where they're at when they take the initiative to work with grassroots creators like this. I just love to see that. That for me gives, I'm obviously like a little bit biased, but still, it's great, and it gives me a lot of confidence in Illuvium as a whole. So really cool to see them showing love to their creators. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we love to see
it. And
you
also,
have a really good connection now. I don't know what's changing all the time, but
I don't know. I apologize for that, but again, I also want to shout out everybody who's watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Again, don't forget to like the stream. It really helps push it through the algorithm to people who may not have seen it otherwise. And go ahead and share on social media if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys. All right, I do think we're about to get.
We've got a good Inferno ahead of us. I can feel it.
Feel it in my jimmies.
In your jimmies?
I don't know what that means, so I apologize if that's inappropriate. I don't remember what that means. Anyways,
I don't know what that means. But yeah, we're loving it. I think Tallulah's been in chat for every single Inferno. SJ might have missed one.
Awesome. Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. I can't wait to see this game 3. I'm not sure what's taking them so long. Gonna double check.
They're almost into it. Looks like Sambu's waiting on them to join. But it'll be interesting to see what Sambu pulls out here, man. I wonder if his opponent is going to play that same Vermilion team, or if he's going to pull something else out. Oh, we're into the game. Ooh, Gypsy pulling out the fighter rogue deck with the Ramfire carry. Interesting. And just so everybody knows, Sambu himself, from the perspective we're watching, he's playing the Arcanite build. So I think he didn't feel comfortable playing anything else into that Vermilion team. He wanted to just make sure he had that clumsy augment on top of his Furiox. You know, just keep it safe, keep it simple. Arcanite has the best matchups in general, so it's usually the safest pick. especially going in blind. So don't hate the Arcanite choice. We'll have to see if he can beat this weird fighter rogue comp, which seems to be. I played against this a lot yesterday. It seems to be pretty decent. So
I think
I'm interested to see how it performs.
Yeah, I think even Viper was saying in Twitter today that the Arcanite Bloom, although it doesn't like beat everything always, it's definitely the most consistent into the most types of opponents. So it's definitely a safe pick in general. I have always wondered how much the water actually benefits Phosphorus. I suspect it does a little bit, but it's hard to say.
Well, if you remember when the game first came out, instead of using the water bulwarks, we were using the nature bulwarks. And even then, it seemed like he was casting pretty much constantly.
Yeah.
He probably is. Obviously, he's casting more now with the water, but
Well,
even with nature, it was pretty good.
With water, he gets 2 energy a second, I believe. And his auto attacks probably give him like 10, 11, and he's attacking more than once a second. So it's really hard to say how much of an advantage that 10, 15% energy gain really is. But the 3 Bulwark is obviously fantastic on Phosphorus.
Oh, yeah. That's always banging.
Jimbo's Gym Jams. Love it.
Jimbo's Gym Jams. Shout out Gang. That's my boy. Great member of the Illuvium community.
Yeah, round 2 is starting to get underway. I've got Web3 TV on for round 2. But after that, round 3s will all be really consistent. So looking forward to that. It's going to be a good time.
Yep. Sambu not doing anything too crazy here, except for the way he placed his Graco back there. I guess he just didn't know how Gypsy was going to start his turn 1 with a rogue or something. Or he just wants to protect because he knows he has the rogues that are going to pop up in general. Putting the water Graco back there to steal energy from Ramfire is not a bad idea, but now he has his Phosphorus and just standard turn 2, just get some damage down in there.
The Ramfy is going to come out. I don't think that's going to be able to do very much damage, but these rogues are actually doing decent damage to Phosphorus. It's only going to last so long, as eventually Phosphorus is going to get a lot of healing power and everything up later on. But I don't know if Gypsy will be able to take him out by then. I think it should be really interesting either way. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so if Sambu can get into those later rounds, his team comp obviously scales a lot harder compared to a team comp just built with a bunch of cheap units and a Ramfire. But we'll have to see if he can set up the game in a way where he can get that Phosphorus going to a point where it's scaling super hard and later into a specific turn, so it can outlive that big burst damage from the Ramfire, the Rampy, or the Chris from the Rogues.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Ranger's placement here. It is going to delay the Rogues attacking. It did delay the Rogues attacking the Phosphorus a little bit. But I don't know if you're better off actually leveraging the damage from the Gauntlet Ranger and their longevity for things like Overload and stuff as well. Oh, that Ramfire is going to be huge. He is going to go straight into Inferno Phantom here and likely get on some pretty big damage.
Yeah, let's see how much damage these guys do together. Oh, probably not enough here. Yeah, this Phosphorus is going to live that for sure.
That's 5 Bulwark for you. Without 5 Bulwark, there was no way. I am not sure.
3 Bloom.
I'm not sure if the Ramfire Mega actually crit there. Because if it crit, I think it might have actually taken him out. Because the Bloom hadn't got many stacks yet, maybe 2 at most. And so there was that as well.
Possibly. Starting tankier and tankier.
You're roboting a little bit. Evasive Veiling would be pretty good here. Especially, the blind is pretty powerful, but I think the root is quite strong here. I also wanted to say a quick shout out to G Hamster, who gave me this entire playlist full of really neat synth music to put as a backing track for the future of Illuvium Inferno. I've got them credited in the description as well, but I think it does really make a difference.
Yeah, you always gotta have some background music.
You haven't said anything for 7 weeks. I don't know what you're...
What do you mean?
You're acting like you knew that all along, and you haven't said anything. I didn't think about background music once. Do we think Gypsy can take him out this round? He's going to go even harder into Phosphorus. I think the Allura is good here. The Indomitable, I'm not convinced is the right choice, but there's not really anything else you can do. The Omega Augment is a little bit underwhelming. Although, I spoke too soon, the Indomitable Augment actually putting in some serious work. That being said, Furiox being on the other side of the board is pretty advantageous here. And he is actually going to take the round.
Prioritizing protecting Furiox from getting being
I have no idea if they heard what just said. It's roboting again.
Outscale from this point onwards.
Doing surprising damage here. Alright, I've upped the music. You guys will have to let me know if you guys can hear it. In the chat, like as soon as you hear me say that I upped the music. He needs to find a way to be able to take out that Furiox, but with the Grokkos at the back and the 5 Bulwark, there's so much tankiness here that cutting through them with Ramfire and Ramfy is going to be just so damn tough. He has put the healing augment straight onto Phosphorus. Without anti-healing, he's not going to be able to take that thing out. Alright, I've upped the music a little bit more. The Ramfire is going on the other side of the board here. Is taking out the Furiox worth this amount of trouble? It's going to go down a lot faster than Phosphorus, but I'm not convinced he's going to have enough damage to be able to clean up afterwards. I have no idea how he managed to take this thing out with a Ramfire and a Allura. Although getting that, I can't remember what the augment is called for the life of me. But getting that augment onto Allura, it's going to make it almost indestructible. It's a very good augment. Imagine if that Allura had Bloom. It would be even better. But that thing is going to be able to distract Phosphorus almost infinitely, which is crazy to see. Jimbo is currently just trying to reset his internet, fix all that up. It's really hard to see who's going to come out on top here. I think they're playing a really tight game, and Sambu's really got his own preference where he needs to really avoid that Allura and keep the Furiox alive, whereas Gypsy's win con is to take out Furiox as fast as possible and then make sure the Allura goes onto Phosphorus. It seemed to be the two biggest win cons. If that Phosphorus gets stopped out by the Allura, then it doesn't have enough damage to carry home an overload. Okay, now it's a bit loud. That's where I'm going to leave it. Oof. Those Omega's just getting bigger and bigger somehow. It's got 3 fire. I'm surprised it's having the impact it is, but it looks like Gypsy is actually going to take game 3. Very surprising. I've never really seen a rogue team take out Arcanites before. That being said, I haven't seen a rogue team in a very long time. Phosphorus is going to get stopped out by the Allura once again. The 2 Volantes doing surprising amounts of work. And all of the energy buffs helping the initial cast from Gypsy over here as well. And we are going to see that one play out. Ryan's young again. I love to see it. Love to see it. While we wait for Jimbo to get back, I will get the next game ready. Won't be but a moment. The Ramfire managed to make it work, Luello, so I don't know how or why or what was the reason they were able to take out the Phosphorus. So I've never seen a Phosphorus drop that fast. That being said, he didn't prioritize resistances on his Phosphorus all that much in general, which is worth keeping in mind. I don't know what to tell you, man. I will I'll go and review the stream later and double check everything, I think. Web3 Gaming TV is just queuing up with his opponent, and then we'll get straight into that. And we are going to go into the next game of the tournament. We have got Web3 Gaming TV coming up against... Oh my god, is his stream frozen? Looks like it's having trouble because he is streaming himself, I believe. I'm not sure what's going on with this stream, but I'm investigating.
All right, chat. I am back. W in the chat for Jimbrino being back. Sorry about that. I think I finally got everything set back up good now, so we should be good to go.
All right, I'm trying to figure out these technical difficulties here.
We're live though.
Yeah, we're live. We're live.
Okay, so got Web3 Gaming TV, one of my favorite content creators right now, makes really good Illuvium content. Half Blue, I don't think I'm familiar with their name, but obviously a high rate.
Alright, I'm just gonna remedy this for 1 second.
You're all good. Absolutely taking him out with the enchanter here. Interesting setup. He has that Cardulo Atlas and the Echo setup that I see sometimes with specific comps. Oh, dropped his game. Bear with us here, guys. We're having a little bit of a technical issue here, but we'll get back into these games as soon as humanly possible. Power nap for Jimbo, says Patat. Yes, I just took a quick power nap. But I'm back recharged and my internet's good to go, so the rest of this tournament is going to be crazy. The meta is in a weird place right now, though. You got like a few really good team comps. You know, you have the Tsunami with the Ranger carry on the Gauntlet. You have the, we obviously have the classic Arcanite with Fiery Axe. You have the Phosphorus. You have, I'm still seeing a lot of people play the Toxic Mud with the Mystic. That's a really interesting one to play. People were playing those fighters, playing a lot of those fighters before Leecher got nerfed. And that one, I wasn't a super huge fan of the 7 fighter, I'll be honest. I felt like I didn't have a lot of agency. I felt like there was a lot of randomness, especially in the mirror. It felt like there was a lot of, if everybody played if both players played perfectly and play the way that they're supposed to play, it feels like that mirror matchup is just kind of the same thing. Oh, we have the game up now. Is this on stream? I didn't even know we had this back yet.
It's not on video. It's I'm getting it a different way, which is slightly more bearable. But I will fix this for game 2. And I'll need to start hunting a new game. Pardon?
So this game isn't live on stream?
Yeah, it's on stream.
Oh, okay.
You'll have to watch through my camera. It's just not on Video Ninja.
I was just blabbering on. No, all good. I was just blabbering on. I didn't even know we had a game on.
So what is he playing? He's playing the 4 Mud Toxic. Haven't seen that in a little while. I know Web3 has been playing it on his stream recently, trying to make it work again. We're going to see Gorilla go down pretty quickly here with the 2 DPS at the back. And I'm not convinced. I play a lot of Enchanter at the moment, and I've personally seen Enchanter kind of just destroy Mud and Toxic in general. But I'd like to be proven wrong later on in this game. Let's see what Web3 TV is really made of. Half Blue is like plat though, so they're a very good player. Can't deny that.
Yeah, Web3 Gaming TV, I think maybe trying to make this work a little too hard. Maybe this is all part of his plan. He was planning on just getting 35 health and then coming back from here. So he's scaling right now. We'll see if he can make it work though. But no, I think that this might be GG for Web3 Gaming here. This is the first game of the series, right?
Yep.
Like our first time seeing Web3 Gaming play Inferno. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love Web3 Gaming TV. If you have not seen his content, go to his YouTube channel. He makes great videos. Very good for beginners or people who are just trying to learn more about the game in general.
Lafont says in chat that it looks like this disconnect made you more awake, which is quite possible.
Yeah, that's definitely probably what happened. I'll be real. I was really mad. I'm not gonna lie. I hate when my internet's messing up, especially when I got stuff to do. But anyways, Half Blue moving his berserkers over to the other side, wants to get in on that line there quickly. Web3 Gaming TV, his real is just getting some stacks down onto the Ranger. Pretty even so far. Oh no, but it looks like Half Blue is starting to take over here. When your Rip Lance is getting attacked by the other Rip Lance and your Rip Lance isn't like attacking back, there's you got some problems. Interesting from Half Blue that he puts the attack speed and pure damage augment on his Rip Lance instead of Monkey Ear, which Monkey Ear, and generally speaking, will out damage a Rip Lance long term. So I wonder if there's a specific reason why he did that on Rip Lance.
I don't think Monkey Ear out damages Rip Lance. I think what is interesting about the interaction is that Rip Lance has the toxic advantage, which can help quite a bit. Without toxic, I think Monkey Ear definitely beats it.
I think Monkey Ear definitely out damages Rip Lance, or it at least used to. I don't know if they changed the numbers on it.
I play a lot of Monkey Ear and Rip Lance. I think Rip Lance would beat it. It just casts so often, you know?
Yeah, but the AoE damage with Monkey Ear does way more than a lot of people think. I could be wrong. But anyways, great plays from who was playing into Web3 Gaming TV? I didn't see the name.
Half Blue.
Yeah, great plays from Half Blue. Web3 Gaming TV pulling out the mud. If that was only the first game, we'll have to see what Web3 Gaming TV comes up with for this next game. See if he pulls out a different team comp. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him pull out Arcanite, I'll be honest. And I wouldn't be surprised if Half Blue, just rocked the same team comp, Don't switch it up until he has to beat him. It just is what it is. Did Viper get DQ'd?
He did. We could ask JMX.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Man, I was excited to see Viper play today, but unlucky. It is what it is. He won the Xborg tournament yesterday, so congrats to him. And shout out to Xborg. Congrats to you guys on having a successful tournament, or your second successful tournament, actually. It's cool to see a lot of these, not just us, you know. It's not just us here. There's a lot of people in this space hosting tournaments, putting them on, and getting stuff done. Phantom just had one of their own tournaments. That was a really good one. I think the VOD is still up on Illumination's channel if anybody wants to watch that. And also, by the way, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the official Illuvium Inferno YouTube channel. There's VODs up from all the previous finals for the Illuvium Infernos, and the VOD for the finals today will be up probably tomorrow. So if you guys miss, or you have someone who missed the Inferno that like wanted to see the finals or whatever, be sure to let them know that that channel is up, the Illuvium Inferno channel on YouTube.
Okay, Half Blue's gonna try and share his stream.
Do we
now.
have?
See how we go.
Okay, nice. All right, so it's 1-0 Half Blue, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Very nice. Okay, cool. Goodness gracious. All right, we're almost there. Getting back into the next game. Again, Half Blue playing that Enchanter build, right? With the Kukaref. Web3 Gaming TV previous game played the classic Mud Toxic. Well, not the classic Mud Toxic build, because he didn't use the Cardalox opening with the Colossus units. Preferred the Bulwark Cardulo. So it really kind of like experimenting. He's cooking up in the lab a little bit, cooking up in the crock pot, if my words do work with me correctly. So we'll have to see if he's still gonna continue to try and cook with that mud build, or if he pulls out some interesting Arcanite team comp, or maybe even some Scion. We'll have to see. Maybe Tsunami. Web3 Gaming TV, if you guys didn't know, if you've been seeing all these team comps and you're like, how do I learn more about how to play these team comps, or how do I even just get these team comps to use for myself, Web3 Gaming TV has a lot of guides on the pretty much all of the relevant team comps in the meta right now, so you can go to his channel and look those up. Viper also has relevant guides, Illumination, all three of those creators. I'm probably missing one as well, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of good content creators for Illuvium and YouTube where you can learn the game on a deeper level if you're struggling in ranked. So I highly suggest, if you want to be good on the ranked leaderboard, to be watching those creators so you can learn more about the game and just perform at a better level. Because really and honestly, learning about this game is going to help you play it at a better level. Just like learning about the different traits, augments, classes, affinities, that's generally going to be better for you than just cramming a bunch of games as much as possible so you can learn the game. If your objective is learning the game, just literally learning what different things do is going to be more beneficial than just cramming a bunch of games all in. We are almost set up. We gotta do just a little bit more. Half Blue was having a little bit of trouble getting his stuff set up, but it looks like he is almost good to go. Got it set up in a nice, timely manner, and we will see where we go from there. I believe he's good.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's just he's got one monitor, but
Great.
he's got
Can't
one
wait to
monitor
get
by
into
the
this
looks of
next game.
things. Yep.
Yeah. This guy looks like he cooks a bit. I like what he pulled out. I'm not gonna say it on stream yet because okay, well he's in the game, so he's playing the Scion team comp with the Ramfire. But 3 Gaming TV on the other hand playing at the Tsunami X. This time he's not using the weird enchanter build that. What is this guy's name? I'm sorry, I just lost it again.
Half Blue? Or Web3 Gaming
Yes,
TV?
Half Blue. Oh my gosh, my brain. Anyways, yeah, not the weird build that Half Blue played last time. Web3 Gaming TV is playing the classic Tsunami with the Exodon, Flood, and Cuculus. So let's see what this matchup looks like. Playing previous matchups, the Scion seems a little bit stronger into Tsunami, just from my perspective. Especially because you can like set them up in a way where only one unit is getting attacked by the gauntlet at once really easily. It is very annoying to play this matchup as Tsunami. What are your thoughts on that?
So I didn't see the matchup. So Half Blue's playing Toxic Scions, which is one of the funniest builds.
Yep.
And what's Web3 playing into it?
The classic Tsunami build with Flood, Axodon, and Cuculus. 3 water bulwarks, 2 air bulwarks. I played a lot of that Tsunami build specifically, and this matchup was always really hard for
the
me.
Scions. I beat it recently with the with the Enchanter Cookaraf, but the thing is, you just got to position really, really well. Thankfully, Kara Dulox does surprisingly well. The only problem is that the Scion build doesn't have Web3's build has quite a bit of ways to split that flish beam, but you've got to be really careful with it. Once you are, it's kind of hard to beat. But you've got to be really like precision scalpel. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I still think it's probably a better matchup for the Scions, but if there's any person who can do it, I doubt Web3 isn't that guy, considering his placement on the ladder. Dude is an absolute animal at this game. Currently rank 1 on one of his accounts, 8 on his Smurf, and he has another one that's in the top 20, I believe, regardless. If that gives you any representation of how good Web3 gaming is, he's pretty good. But nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Half Blue obviously winning that first round. Hard to beat Cardulux round 1, especially with an extra flesh on top of it. Web3 Gaming turn 2, nothing out of the ordinary there either. Flood puts in Cuculus, pretty standard. Yeah, this is generally a weaker turn for the Tsunami team. Unless it's playing into something like Toxic Colossus where you somehow outlive them. You get to like overtime, which happens a lot on turn 2 with Tsunami, but yeah, generally not the strongest turn. Also good into Arcanite. That turn 2 is also decently good into Arcanite. The positioning on this Lynx here is going to be pretty huge because you're going to do a ton of burst damage straightforward, so you want to make sure you can maximize the amount of things you can hit with that Omega, with the Lynx's Omega. So he's really just trying to set up that positioning just perfectly, because you might like watch this Scion build and you think like, oh, he's just putting things down, there's not much to what he's doing, but really like you have to be pinpoint like perfect with your positioning here.
Yeah, this one's crazy because really the big one that I've noticed is if you can direct those Lynxes in the right way, you will destroy this Scion build very quickly. Unfortunately, he's placed some of his biggest units dead center, and those Lynxes are going to just wipe out his team. he had to avoid that at all costs. The other thing is that the Caradulox with the Taunt and the Colossus actually does lend itself to this quite well, and it's kind of hard to work around. At the same time, there are Illuvials that can take that thing out pretty quickly, so there's that, and I don't think he's put down any biogenetic suppressors yet as well.
Yeah, the biogenetic suppressor are going to be big for both sides here as well. Omnisaur Surge is going to be huge for the Scion team. That would be pretty dang good for him. Honestly, wouldn't be bad for the Tsunami build either, but the Scion team is going to get a little bit more out of the extra Omega power across all allies.
I just wanted to say quickly, Jermoon, who was Viper's opponent, got the DQ against Viper because Viper, let's say, woke up late, or at least that's what he says. He only just woke up. And so Jermoon didn't really need to accept the match against Viper because he could have moved on to the next round. But thankfully, he actually has said that he will play out the game. So they're not too far behind anyone or anything like that either. But Jermoon has said it. So great show of sportsmanship in the Illuvium Inferno today. I'm very, very happy to see it.
Yeah,
and Viper will get to play again.
That, by the way. We'll remember that.
We'll send him some ILV. I'll send him some ILV.
Oh, nice. That's not what I meant, but cool.
I mean, it's the least we can do. And if he wins, then he gets it even better.
Exactly, bro. Not an easy matchup though. So I'm surprised he accepted that. Regardless, yeah, this range. See, this is the problem as well. On top of it, the only place your ranger is safe is in the middle, but then you add the lynxes, and it complicates things, and you're like still getting hit by omegas. Like this matchup is not. It is so tough. Did get the stun on the lynx there though. You saw that? Like he's gonna. I think he might win this round because of that. He got the stun on this predator stoic lynx. It's just the way it timed up was perfect to stun them. That was crazy. I mean, there's no chance he knew that would line up that perfectly, but really great plays from Web3 Gaming TV. A bit of a Hail Mary play, but it works out well for him. And now this might actually put Half Blue in such a weird position that he doesn't know how to appropriately position into this side. It's gonna make things tricky. Bit of a reverse Uno card moment. Web3 Gaming. Let's see if Half Blue can come up with something to take this momentum back. Or maybe I'm just completely crazy. I don't think that's the case, though. I think that's a really good play on Web3 Gaming TV's part. That Stoic Link's just lining up perfectly. But the extra energy that Half Blue is giving his whole team, he just put extra energy on his Lynxes. Maybe that's going to be enough to stop it. We'll see how Web3 Gaming TV responds to that and see if he possibly predicted that at all. Now, if Web3 Gaming puts extra energy on his Stoic Lynx to counteract that and predict it, that would be absolutely insane. I highly doubt he's going to do that. That wouldn't make much sense, I don't think.
Did he only just add Indomitable to that?
Yes.
Deluxe? That's going to be a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
That Lynx going to the back is pretty huge, though. He didn't manage to stop the second Lynx cast, but the second Lynx cast is going to go with the angle. Going to get a little bit less value there.
Man, gets the Ranger down. That's pretty much GG. Once the Ranger goes down, there's not much else you can do at that point. But as I said, this isn't the best matchup for the Tsunami team. It's so hard to keep your Ranger safe into all these different Omegas.
You almost have to place it at the front line.
Soon. I don't think I did, though.
Once Illuvials do get onto the back line up against these Scions, there's not a whole lot they can do. It's a really good angle against the Axodon there, but Web3 is going to take very little damage.
Oh, yeah. It looked like he was going to take a lot more damage there, but really, the Cuculus and Axodon really holding on well there at the end of the turn. He's going to feel really good about that.
I can't help but notice that Web3 still has no biogenetic on the board. I don't know if he has them in his team, but if he does, I would be definitely playing them ASAP.
That last turn was pretty good for him. Because, I mean, I feel like with these Cyan teams, you really get to a point where you can't really scale any harder. He does have the lynxes there, so he's going to be able to scale up from the tier 0s. But once you get past this, you just, especially with that many Illuvials taking up that many slots in your deck, you get to a point where you can't really scale any harder. First, we put in the fire flip so you can get the extra fire damage. Again, guys, don't forget to like the stream. It really helps push out the stream and the algorithm to new people who might not have seen the Inferno or Illuvium in general, and bring enlightenment to them on our beautiful gaming community. So appreciate you guys on that.
Oh, there's some great chats. I missed them. Damn. Oh, they're all still slow lined up in the center. He has made them wrap around quite a bit more than I would have expected, and I think that's definitely intentional to help avoid some of those Lynx blasts. He's also positioned his Predator Lynx really well to force the other Lynxes to attack at that angle. But again, his range is going to go down very fast, and he's going to lose that advantage. I'm surprised he's letting the Ranger go down instead of Flood and not positioning accordingly.
Wow, his Ranger.
Oh no, the Ranger's there. The Ranger's there the whole time.
Yeah, I think that last turn, him winning that last turn, was just like so huge for Web3 Gaming TV, because now Half Blue is at a point where he's no longer scaling, and Web3 Gaming still has a ton of augments he can throw down. I'm surprised we're not seeing Half Blue throw down the biogenetic on this turn, like without a thought.
Yeah, I don't even know.
On this turn specifically, he has so many mastery points, he needs to get that down.
I love Cybernetic Vest here. He's going to make his Ranger even bigger. But he's still going to let that Lynx jump all over him, which I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that.
I think he really, really likes this positioning in the middle here, where he can get the damage from their Omegas onto the enemy Ranger. But I don't know how I feel about it either.
They're all being angled off to the right from that Lynx though, so he's really not getting the advantage he seems to think he is. But see, that's a lot better there. Because on the turn, you're going to look quite good.
Yeah, I just realized he puts the 80 energy and physical resist on the Flood as well to keep it alive, so those Omegas get redirected more times than just once.
It looks like we're going to have the bug where it doesn't actually play out the game.
Dang, dude, that's lame. Oh, dude, what a tease, bro.
Half Blue actually won. No, wait.
Really?
No. I was wrong. Sorry. Scratch that.
Bro, this is... This was a good series, too. That sucks so bad. Sorry, chat. We're having some technical issues here. Bear with us, boys and girls. Kings, queens, and in-betweens. Who do you think won just by looking at that board?
I don't know. I reckon Web 3 would have won. I don't think Half Blue comes back just enough here. They will have to completely replay that game.
Do they not know who won?
No, I checked on... Usually Illuvial Master will show it, but it looks like it's like full broken. It's full... like nothing on Illuvial Master, so I think we're cooked.
Damn. Well, how do we want to do this? Do we want to have them just full reset of the game? They can just pick whatever team comp they want again.
I'm telling them to use the same teams. You don't think that's the right call?
I think forcing them into the same teams is not going to produce a fair result because I don't know. It's a tricky situation. Do whatever you think is best.
I think it's not necessarily a fair result otherwise. I would like to see them go into the same teams.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm just thinking like they saw the other team already, so now there's no like surprise. They know how the opponent wants to play, but I'm probably overthinking that. The more I think about it, it's probably fine. All right. Well, no, it's the result is up, isn't it? Oh no, it didn't. That's the previous result.
Yeah, that's what I first thought when I said it, remember?
Damn it really didn't. Yeah, no, I remember, but he went and checked it and I saw, and for some reason I thought it went through regardless. That's weird that it didn't get recorded at all either. Dang.
Honestly, I've never seen that before. All right, looks like we're in the game. Alright, I think they're going same teams like I asked. We're going to watch them run it back. Yeah, I'm honestly, guys, that bug, I've never ever seen that before. I've had the disconnect on the last round many times, but it has always shown up on Illuvium Master, and it's usually because one player actually watches the end of the game. But this time, it didn't. It like the game full got deleted from the universe. I don't know how or why, but it did, and that's crazy to see. So.
I'm just glad we're back in the game.
A really unfortunate incident for sure. I don't think anyone wants that, let alone the players.
Yeah, that just feels bad for everyone involved. Like, no one feels good about that. But it is what it is. That's just like that's just what happens when you're playing on a game that's a beta for a grassroots esports like event. Like, it is what it is. Things happen. We'll get to a point in Illuvium where like the thought of anything like this happening is just like completely out of any possible reality. We'll look back on that moment. It'll be fine. It is what it is.
Yeah, for the music, that was all G Hamster. He suggested background music, and I said, I hope you have the time to find it. And he said he did, and he managed to go out of his way and grab a lot of really great copyright-free stuff for us. So yeah, big thanks to him. I think it does add a lot.
Shout out G Hamster. Half Blue Web3 Gaming TV, both playing these 2 rounds the exact same way both times, so nothing too far, nothing too interesting again, nothing too crazy. Let us know, chat, who do you have taken this game? Really want to hear your thoughts and why. Why do you think Web3 Gaming is going to win? Why do you think Half Blue is going to win? Let us know in detail. Thesis.
So, who do we think is going to take this one? We saw Web3 seem to have a slight edge last time. He's definitely split up his units a little bit earlier this time. But God, they're all running to that middle so fast.
I personally think Half Blue is not feeling bad about the reset. You know what I mean? I think Web3 was starting to scale. Half Blue here is going to feel really good about this reset of the game.
Damn, that's a lot of damage.
Yep. All those auto attacks, they do like no damage on their own, but then you add them all together and they just look like getting hit by a truck.
I don't know how Web3 comes back from here. I forgot how big of an impact that that imprint was, to be honest.
Yep. It was huge for him. Yeah, it's just a rough matchup, but it is what it is. I think I think it's very possible he loses this next round. Especially if he doesn't get some good angle and Half Blue doesn't mess up somehow here. Especially with putting the links here in the middle where it's Omega's gonna go right through that ranger. this is gonna be really, really tough for Web3 to set this up in a way where he can come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, his Ranger's
Just a
sitting in
tough
the middle.
position, this
That's
matchup.
really not where you want them right now. But you can't put the Ranger in a lot of other spots because then the Fleece are going to take it out.
Exactly.
So his Ranger
Damned
needs to
if
do
you
work,
damned if you don't.
but he needs to put it in a really specific spot, and I don't know what that is. I like this because the Axon's going to wrap around a little bit extra than it did before, and hopefully avoid some of the Lynx damage, but it's hard to say. There is no Indomitable on that Codulox yet. They get to the back line. The Ranger does get creamed by one of the Lynxes, and it looks like Web3 is probably going to go down here.
Last.
Damn, you hate to see it.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Sorry. This is really frustrating. We're good though. Anyways, great game. The way that I don't remember if I don't know if it got on stream, but the way Half Blue had his Lynxes set up, the ones on the outside from the middle were set up in a way that their Omegas covered shot out, but that was like every single part of the board was covered by an Omega, so no matter where it was being attacked by something. Gosh, I think am I robotic?
Yep, you're robotic.
Well, let me see if I can set up a hotspot on my phone. XD. That was 2 Half Blue though, right? So Half Blue should win that series.
Okay, I want to show you guys this chat for a second. All right. I have no idea what they're saying. And there's Domo in there. We're gonna jump into it. Web3 and SJud, you guys don't need to talk about that for now. Come on, guys. You both perform well in tournaments. So we're seeing Half Blue go in with... What is this? I have no idea what I'm looking at, but I'm liking it. Something new. Something exciting. He's got 2 Magma on the board right now with Singe. It's like my co-host is back.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've been seeing a lot of people run this weird comp to half blues playing. I kind of tend to think the classic 5-work Arcanite comp is better than this version, but I think it's pretty strong. It's a little bit tankier because you have the magma from the Singe and Scoriox.
This doesn't have this doesn't have Bloom or anything at all though.
What? I thought it had Phosphorus and Scoriox in it.
It has Scoriox. I don't know. Maybe it does have Phosphorus.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I've been seeing this specific comp a lot.
Got Mystic Ranger right now though, which is really interesting. It's just unfortunate that Magma doesn't do that much damage. The problem is that the ticks are individualized for things like Grit and Resolve would essentially negate it. And resistance
says Earth.
Resistances would halve it. Yeah, so no Phosphorus,
Okay.
right?
No, I've never seen this comp. I've seen these like specific units used in this way, but like meshing them together like this I've never seen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's like a magma mystic thing, but he hasn't got toxic off, which would have actually really helped him in some of these earlier rounds. So he's going to put in Toxic Berserker now, and he's going to get the 3 Earth and 3 Bulwark. Wow, this is identical to my team with
like,
Enchanter. Like
so it's like the Berserker Mystic idea, right? Except instead of Toxic Colossus, you have the Bulwark units there.
Yeah, and instead of the Enchanter actually looks just like this, except instead of Magma, it's Enchanter.
Interesting. Okay.
And there's no Scoriox. So what's interesting here is that a lot of these DPS have just the Berserker as their DPS core, but later on he's going to be adding in Scoriox, we can assume, which is obviously a pretty big DPS on its own.
Yeah, another thing that's pretty cool about this version of the team comp is that the Mystic Monkey can actually get its stun off on a front line because of the Toxic Colossus's units. They're so big that they like take up a lot of the AoE area.
Yep.
Bunch of big fat boys.
Big boys.
I like it.
Looks like Viper did go through to round 3. Luello currently playing out his game 1-1 against Tony.
Interesting. Hopefully we'll be able to get Viper on stream. I don't think we've ever had Viper on stream. He played in the first Inferno, but I don't think we had him on. So it'll be fun to have him.
So Luello is saying that this is Proto's list designed to annihilate Bloom Arcanite. I don't know what makes it designed to beat Bloom Arcanite. I don't see anything in particular here that's just like really good against Bloom Arcanite. I have heard that Earth does very well against it though, so I suspect that's part of it. You also get the grit and resolve from Magma, so I think I have heard people talking about the Earth Magma core with the crazy grit and resolve, and then maybe the rest of this, things like the Toxic and the Mystic, are for either early rounds or for other opponents. Toxic being something they can go toe to toe with Enchanter surprisingly well, generally speaking.
Yeah, I like it. This is going to definitely be one of the team comps I try out.
And the Mystic does really well against things like Tsunami Ranger, because it will help you slow down the damage and heal up as well with your Adorius.
Yep.
Which is how
100%.
I beat the Tsunami quite well, is with the Adorius. So yeah, it looks like it's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's like the burst damage and then burst healing. The burst healing just takes away what the Ranger did.
Yeah, Mystic on top of Berserkers is always good too.
Yeah, for sure. Getting the extra attack speed on top of attack speed is just huge. Couldn't agree more. The big problem here is though with Tsunami, you really want to angle it to where you can get those Berserkers off right off the bat.
Oh yeah.
It's like having the Ranger on the other side generally is better. But I think even if you're on that other side, the Ranger's Omega should aggro over to where that Ripple Lance is. If Whitey has his Ranger on the complete other side, even with Half Blue having his Ranger where it is.
It looks like Whitey does not have a big gauntlet on round 4. That gauntlet is doing absolutely no damage. I don't know if I'm missing something and there's some other way he's greatly resisting it. At the end there, it looked like it did pretty decent damage. But you can see throughout the fight, especially against that that Singe, it was not doing anything. You can see Singe taking just a little bit of damage. The Grit and Resolve really shouldn't be negating it that much. The healing obviously having a big impact, but still.
Yeah, it didn't. I don't think that was the 10 mastery point gauntlet, but I don't think it was the 70. I don't know. That looked
somewhere
weird.
in the middle, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. The 3.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I like this guy.
We love it. We love it.
Goes ahead and put some biogenetic suppressors, taking away some energy from Whitey. He says, nah, I don't want you casting that gauntlet, bro. Sorry about your luck, buddy. I don't hate that move. I think that's definitely a fair play. Getting Whitey to a point where he's casting as few times as possible. Move. And there you see, as I so intelligently pointed out, Whitey moves his ranger over, tries. We'll see if it aggroes in the place where he wants it. That's pretty big for him. As long as the scorpion and gorilla do not, or scorpion and monkey don't take out these units super fast, he should be able to get the berserkers down and out.
The Cardulo wrapped all the way around.
That's not good for him.
And there is Indomitable on this Riptorus.
Yeah, Riplands. A little bit. Yeah, we'll see. It's not looking terrible for Randy right now, but that Riplance is starting to tear through his front line, I'll be honest. And now the Ranger's going to start aggroing Half Blue's Ranger.
He does have double biogenetic, which is likely slowing down that energy. Is likely slowing down that energy regen with the biogenetic. And that Gauntlet's just not doing enough damage yet.
Yep, plus Riplance has that Leecher. You know, that it did get fixed, but still taking away some energy on top of it. So just everywhere, Half Blue is trying to attack Whitey's energy regen as strongly as possible. Wants to set up his Scoriox in a way where it can get the most from its magma buff. Definitely understand that.
I'm not entirely sure what the plan is with the Ranger in front of there, but I'm just going to trust. I'm going to trust in this judgment here. The Mystic is going to be really good on
Yeah,
Scoriox.
I don't know. From that... The problem is, with the Ranger placement there, it looks like his Berserkers are just going to get beamed right off the bat. From my perspective, it looks like that's the absolute worst position, but again, he's a higher rank than I am, so as you said, I think I'll just trust him on it.
Yeah, I think this Scoriox is going to really benefit from the Mystic here, because the reason the other units aren't so much is because that pure damage from the Enchanter is going to shred those shields very fast. But the Scoriox sitting a little bit at the back here, I don't think he's going to do any damage to it, and therefore it's going to have so much attack speed from that Mystic. It gives up to, he's got 3 Mystic, I think it's like 35% or something. It is a lot of attack speed. So it looks like the shield just disappears naturally, which I did not realize. He's going to get the damage amp from Apon as well.
Whitey, his line of sight on that Ranger Omega just on Half Blue's Berserkers, which those are your damage dealers. Those are the ones you do not want getting hit.
All Scoriox is just going to shred through their team anyways.
Yeah, I guess Scoriox is going to be doing the damage. I'm the idiot here, I guess. Half Blue's the genius, and Whitey is too.
he did give them both Indomitable, so maybe that was a part of his plan, and clearly it went off well.
Yeah, it seemed like he was doing less damage than I was expecting, on top of that, which was throwing me off a bit. But he did have a good angle there, but then the bulwarks come into play. They get in the way of that Ranger Gauntlet. So what do I know? These are the pros, you know. So they're the ones doing their thing. And great game from not just Half Blue, but Whitey as well. But Half Blue pulling out this weird game comp that really is just work, and I've seen it a few times, or variations of this a few times in ranked myself, and really interesting. Love to see it. Love to see the variety of decks that we've been seeing recently. It's pretty fun to see, and pretty makes the enjoyment for the matches go up exponentially when you can see these different team comps, that all these different team comps just add some spice, you know what I mean? So games, and sure to be another fun series. I think Half Blue is more than happy to stick with this. I wouldn't be surprised if he switched it up, because I think in the last series, when he won the first game, he switched into a different deck immediately as well on top of that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if he switched. If I was him personally, I would play the same exact thing though. If I was him, that's what I would do. But on the other side, Whitey, I think, I mean, do you see that Half Blue played switched to comps in the previous series immediately, even though he won? do you use that to your advantage and say I can play the same team comp if I want? That if he's really good on that tsunami, doesn't he be like, now I feel comfortable playing it because I know he's going to switch comps? Those are the mind games that we have to think about. But we'll see here. We are into the game again. Why do you the fight team comp with Cardulux? So the idea here is that Riptorus and the foe was Phosphorus's stage 1 counterpart. So the Riptorus and foe, those are going to be your carries. So you have 7 fighters, and then you have the double toxic double colossus with your ranger and Cardulux bonded together. Not my favorite team comp. I respect Comedian for making it cool, but it is a very fun.
Yeah, Whitey can't beat this.
Blue on the other hand.
This looks very close to what I play.
Hand, I'm not sure. Yeah, he's got Enchanter, the Dorius. Looks like very similar to the last team comp with a bit of a switch up. Do we know Half Blue? I don't think I know him.
I don't know him personally very well, no. Opening with the triple bulwark. I'd love to see it.
Yep, this Earth Croco Atlas Cardulo seems really, really popular for some comps. It's like there's just specific openings. You got Cardulux, Ranger, Toxic Colossus, you have the 3-wide Bulwark, and then you have this one as well. It's like just those staple turn 1s. I think this is turning into one of those staple turn 1s, which is cool to see. And then a lot of people using the pistol as well on top of that. A little bit better DPS than the Gauntlet turn 1, depending on how the units are set up. It is fun that the regular Ranger pistol out damages Gauntlets in certain situations. Just adding like another layer of complexity to the game.
On that conversation, there was one more thing I realized, because I played the naked pistol a little bit into the Gauntlet, and it's actually the targeting of the Omega. The targeting of the Gauntlet is always the furthest enemy, but the targeting of the regular pistol is actually the same target that they're currently attacking. And so, which can make a big impact depending on where your opponent's positioned in round 1. Because sometimes your ranger will be like attacking something, and then it'll look around and shoot in the back corner to the other ranger instead of continuing that fight.
Yeah, so like if you have a fire or water gauntlet specifically, depending on how your units are set up turn 1, if they're grouped up and you can get a good Omega off, then it will out damage the pistol, which is, I love that.
He's going to actually place his ranger up the top, likely for the Tempest to come up against the fighters. Which feels really weird to me, because that thing's going to get destroyed by 3 fighters, or 2 fighters, but what do I know? It's going to dodge and actually drain the energy from its attackers a little bit, but is losing one of your enchanters really worth that? Not forgetting that every time an enchanter casts, all your units deal pure damage around them.
Yep. I think it's 100 damage, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, which is no laughing matter, especially in the early. The 3 buff, the 3 forward.
Yeah, robot again.
White other nature Firelinks has the 3 nature, now 3 toxic, has 5 fighter. Next turn, he has his one of his Dokas set up so that he can put the Parasitic Link to get the Omnivamp on his foe and Ritrus, and then they'll have a lot more survivability after that, especially once he gets pure damage on foe. It'll start doing crazy amounts of damage. But right now, it looks like he's going to Whitey is just barely going to lose to half blue on this round. I think Whitey is going to have a strong next round, but after like round 5, 6, he's going to start falling off fast, so he really needs to get half blue out of there. These fighter comps are just very, very, very early game centric, and once you run out of augments, there's no more scaling, and he really needs to take him out before half blue can start scaling and really get his big units like that Scoriax and that Rip Lance going. Trying to set up that Adorius in the perfect way so that it can get hyper off some of these units. Not a bad look.
Yeah, honestly, if you ask me, the fighter comp is so overrated. I haven't seen it do well yet, and maybe there's just maybe it does really well at high elo, I don't know, but I'm not convinced.
I think it's really good into specific comps. It's just a super good early game comp. I feel like I can't remember what it's good into, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know, but I remember it being stormy. But I could be wrong.
I'm gonna start gearing up the next game.
Man, Half Blue really just taking it to these Web3 gaming TV, you know, great player Whitey, another first place finisher previously in the Inferno. Great player. Half Blue really starting to make a name for himself here. Unless Half Blue is like someone I know and I just don't recognize them by this name. This guy's really surprised me. I like the way he's playing. Unlucky matchup first round, by the way, Web3 Gaming TV. Thank you for signing up. It was really fun watching you play, brother. Really love your content as well. Again, shout out
I'm looking forward to you
Web3
having
Gaming.
in future tournaments for sure.
Yeah, man. Again, I've said it a couple times this stream, but if you haven't subscribed to Web3 Gaming TV already, especially if you want to learn to play Illuvium Arena like the boss professional esports player that Web3 Gaming TV is, you're messing up. You need to check his channel out. Also, shout out to Wildfire Guild for hosting the Inferno so that these players have, a tournament to play on. Shout out to the tournament admins, Unsung Heroes.
Especially Lafont. Lafont been doing one-man army today.
Yeah, Lafont, you are an absolute G. Appreciate you. But we'll get back into the game here. Whitey putting both pure damage augments on his foe. You can see it's just tearing through that monkey air, and now tearing through the Rip Lance.
That's fun to
He
watch.
can keep that foe. If he can get that foe healthy again, that's going to be really huge because it's going to do so much damage here. Like it just can't get focused. If it doesn't get focused, he'll win this match.
These indomitable augments are putting in a lot of work overall here.
There we go. Yeah, that's feeling good. That's feeling good for Whitey.
Gonna get one last cast, I think. Oh, he's getting stunned straight out of it. I don't even know what stunned it.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there either. Let's see. Yeah, you can see that foe just tearing through everything. Now, if I'm half blue, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this foe. I need to make sure that this beefed up double pure damage augment foe is not taking care of my whole entire team. Like you really want to think about that. It's because this could be half blue's last round. He doesn't just lose straight up. He might have 2 more losses left. Probably not the same story for Whitey, but regardless, I think half blue probably has 2 more losses. But yeah, you want to start thinking about that foe. You want to think about how you can keep it from either staying alive for so long or keeping it preoccupied for an extended period of time, so it's not just tearing through your entire team. I think half blue is going to be fine, especially the way he has set up right now with this ram fire. Pretty much going off the big squishies. The Riplants and Monkey Air should be able to come through and clean up. Let's see how that works out for them, though. Puts double energy augments on Ramfire just to ensure that it can get off as soon as possible. That throws directly on that Ramfire. If he doesn't get a lot of this Omega, he might not. He does get it on everything. It's a big cast, but it doesn't kill everything. Does not kill everything. Again, this foe is
the foe to the side.
Healthy. Yes. Yep. We'll see. The foe
Oh my god.
Is healthy still. It's healthy. It's healthy.
Just deleting things.
It's healthy.
Riptorus is not going to go down.
That foe.
Oh my god.
No, that's. Oh my gosh, that's what I'm talking about.
There's no way.
Yeah, I was said it before. Half blue was probably had 2 more losses. I didn't know it was gonna be that close, but that's feeling really bad for Whitey because it's just kind of like this. As I said earlier, this fighter comp is an early game comp. It can only scale so much. So the further we get into the game, the harder it's going to be for Whitey. So only getting that 5 life left feels really, really bad. Whitey feels really bad about that. It's not over yet. I'm not saying it's over yet by any means. I definitely think Whitey still has for sure the potential to win this game, depending on how that foe and Riptorus get set up. If those can both stay healthy for the entire round, definitely has a chance. But it's going to be hard.
I could see him really trying to make sure his DPS is going to go onto their biggest DPS. I don't even know what the augments Doka has is.
Those are augments give max health to the entire team. So it's he has the party cost, which is 200 health to the entire team, 800 to 1 unit. Since it's on the Doka, I'm sure so the whole is giving 200, then 100, so 300 max health to every one of his units.
He did not bond. Oh no. He lost Enchanter.
Oh no.
It's like 90% of his damage. Oh. I'm not sure if the Enchanter would have made the difference there. But there would definitely be less Illuvials on Whitey's board.
Incredible. I was just saying, if he can keep that foe alive or keep it healthy, he's going to be able to win here. Unfortunate that he didn't get to bond. That probably made a huge difference in the game, let's be honest. But it is what it is. What can you do?
Oh god.
As I said, he kept that foe so healthy for so long. You gotta play around that. You gotta be able to pivot. You know what I mean? The Riptorus just shredding the front line. Great place from Whitey, and unfortunate for Half. We'll have to wait and see how he responds. He's currently 1-1. It's 1-1, right? Yeah, he won
Yep, it is
the
most certainly
previous
1-1.
game. Okay, so how does Whitey and how does Half Blue respond? Does Whitey change team comps now? I feel like you don't play the fighter comp into just anything. I feel like it can get really hard countered by specific team comps, so you don't want to just blind play that even if you won the game before with it. I wouldn't be surprised to see like something like an Arcanite here. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Tsunami team comps here. I think Half Blue was really favoring that Tsunami comp, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Tsunami come out from him. Whitey, I think Whitey played really well with the Arcanites in previous tournaments, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Arcanite or like one of the versions of Arcanite coming up from him.
For sure.
So
for sure. It's going to be an interesting game 3.
Yep. Half Blue coming out those Earth team comps though. They had 2 different Earth comps. One with the
like that Magma comp would have destroyed fighters. Magma would have destroyed fighters.
What were you saying?
It's actually kind of a shame that he didn't play the Magma twice, but
yeah. Ooh, okay. So we're getting the
again.
same matchup. Yep. Whitey goes for the fighter, and then man, I'm really blanking on this guy's name constantly. I apologize. No disrespect meant.
Whitey and Half Blue.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Half Blue. I don't even remember what I was saying at this point. Oh yeah, Half Blue playing the same comp as last time as well. Goodness gracious.
I'm surprised you run back the same comp.
It is 6 a.m. Same. I think that he was expecting Whitey to switch because you can't just play that fighter team comp blind into anything. So I think he was expecting Whitey to switch it out, and he really likes this stuff. So I think he wanted to play it into something else. But yeah, I think that just comes down to him expecting Whitey to switch out. Or maybe he thinks he could have won that match he misplayed. I doubt that's the case, but we'll see. It is currently 1-1 between Whitey and Half Blue. Chat, if you can hear me, let me know who you think can win and why. Do you got Half Blue or do you have Whitey with the fighters? Let us know what you think if we are into this first game. Kind of hard to beat that Toxic Colossus opening, eh? Like, there's not much that beats it. Especially when you have an extra unit on top of that. And I think that's not even just the stage 1 tier 0. I think that's stage 2 tier 0 fighter. I could be wrong. But it looks pretty, yeah, that's the big one for sure. So he's got the 10 cost shield then. So 10, 65, and then 35. What is bro yapping about? All right, now he goes ahead and puts in his other bulwarks. Nothing surprising there. It is interesting that he opened with the 3 bulwarks last time, and then this time he opened with the Atlas and maybe just fixing what would happen into this Carbox tier 0 fighter. Harm in limit testing a little bit. It is in the tournament, so I guess there is a little harm, but you know what I mean. I don't think it would have mattered much anyway because you win that turn 1 regardless. You know what I mean? Now he has 3 fighters in there.
They're roboting again. Hold up for a minute. The Enchanter is good here, but he hasn't got his DPS on the right things. Monkia wants to attack literally anything but Caradulox. Obviously with the Taunt and the Colossus is a little bit tricky.
All right, and this should be the round where Whitey starts putting in the foe. He should have 5 fighters as the nature, so now he has nature bonus, 5 fighter. Half Blue, on the other hand, now has the 3 earth with the extra monkey in there. Both looking pretty strong. Has the defenses to resist the fighters a little bit. Pretty much exact same things that happened the previous game. Like, there hasn't been any deviation at all.
3 earth is particularly impactful here up against up against the fighters. But we saw it didn't last forever last time. This is really crazy where Light's Chosen is coming up, so you can't go for the Resolute Accumulator because Light's Chosen is just too good. Stellar Devourer is interesting here though. I personally love Stellar Devourer, especially on a Rip Lance.
Same. Yeah, on Rip Lance it feels really good because you're kind of just going immediately. Light's Chosen would have just been absolutely broken for either player, really.
Or if Half Blue got the Grit and Resolve instead of Stellar, I think he wins. Grit and Resolve against the fighter, it stacks up to like 5 stacks and 15 each time, and you start off with the 15 as well. So it gets up to like 75 or something, which is 75 flat negated damage. Obviously the double pure attachment does help foe break through that instantly, but still.
5 times 15 is 75. Good job, Scoriox. You are smarter than a 5th grader.
That's right.
That came out like way more passive aggressive than I meant it to. But anyways, whatever. We should see the pure damage come out from Whitey here. Put it on the foe. Slap that down. Should start tearing through the Grit and Resolve of the Half Blue skin.
It's always really fun to see them play back the same game and see if we have the same outcome. I'm not convinced we will. But then again, I just think the fighter comp doesn't really work. But it looks like I was proven wrong once. Let's see if I'm proven wrong twice.
He did get the attack speed slow onto the Rip Lance and Monkey, which is going to be big over the duration of the turn.
Is foe even in on the board? Was it killed?
No, foe is down for Half Blue, I guess. Yeah, you have to keep foe alive, or yeah, you just have to keep foe alive. And Ripdress, his Ripdress was fine there, but again, foe's the main damage dealer. We all know what Phosphorus can do. Foe's just a miniature version of that.
Let's see what happened to foe. Yeah, it dropped off to Ripdress, managed to take it out very early on in that round, leaving him with very little damage remaining. A lot of Lynxes on the board.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Whitey move that around. There are a lot of Lynxes. Lynxes really help with this fighter comp because there's so many different versions of Lynxes. You can just throw different Lynxes in there. You generally, most comps have the nature link, so you can get the nature bonus, and then air link, so you can get air bonus. Most comps for this fighter go like 3 air, 3 nature, and then 3 toxic.
One of the biggest weaknesses of this comp is any sort of Scion or Invoker setup. So having the 3 air, it feels like a no-brainer. The nature is interesting because a lot of the nature fighters, Doka and Lynx included, I think they heal on attack, which is great for fighters. And so I think nature gives healing efficiency boosts, or I could be wrong.
I think it gives health regen on top of that. I think you're right though.
The Siphon Matrix on Caragolox is really big, but it is not going to actually take out the Monkier or the Rip Lance. That foe is surviving quite well. Indomitable was really good to slow it down, but it might not be enough.
This is a strong turn. This is a strong turn for Whitey. Again, we've said it like 50 different times. The name of the game is keep foe alive, keep foe healthy.
Looks like we're going to a final round here. You can see that that Cardulox is not going to go down.
Yeah, that's big.
And that Kukuraf getting taken out too early, you really hate to see it.
And what is that sharp start on the Riptorus? I can't remember what that augment's called, but that one feels good on Riptorus.
It's one of the most powerful augments in the game. He's going to shred through. Honestly, you should have chucked it on foe. Oh, actually, no, I changed my mind.
Yeah, the pure damage on foe feels really good. And in this comp, you don't really have any good damage augments on Riptorus. You used to be using Techno Leecher, but since the changes, I don't think I even have it in my team comp or my deck anymore. But since you don't have a lot of room for augments anyways, getting some from the legendary augment that you can use on Riptorus feels really good. Really good.
Good morning, Kevin. In the chat. He's still not moving his DPS half blues, which is getting stalled out so much and reducing the impact they're having. He's going to be able to take out that Riptorus quite nicely here. Or the Kukuraf is probably going to go down quite soon. It's a big gauntlet. A really big gauntlet, managing to take out that foe. And quite possibly giving Half Blue the win here. We are going to see Half Blue win in what seemed like a really similar last round that we saw the round before, except without the bonding. That is crazy running that back.
Yeah, that Ranger just doing so much damage. Really good play from Half Blue and foresight here from Half Blue to move over to that big Ranger Gauntlet, that big Arcane Sash, so you can get that big damage.
Oh, for sure.
I sounded like a professional commentator there, chat? That was pretty cool, huh? W Jimberino in the chat. Let's go. But yeah, shout out Kevin, bro. Thanks for hanging out, boy. Shout out to Luda. Shout out Smartass. Shout out Web3 Gaming TV, Loelo. Everybody that's in here. 103K. M12 Senpai. Thank you, Senpai. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And again, if you haven't already, be sure to like the stream. Be sure to tell your mom, your dad about it. Be sure to tell your whole family about it. Thanksgiving. Be sure to share on social media. And we'll thank you guys for it. We really appreciate your support. We appreciate the help in spreading the word about not just Illuvium Inferno. That is a big deal. Probably one of the biggest deals in the history of Illuvium. But not just the Illuvium Inferno, but Illuvium in general. You know, Illuvium Inferno is a big deal. But we don't just promote our name. We promote Illuvium in general. So any help to the Illuvium Inferno is helping Illuvium. You can take that to the bank. Right, Council Member Skoryax? He agrees. Don't worry, chat. Anyways, we're moving into another game. We're about to watch Mendia play for a little bit. But while they're getting set up, you do have my beautiful voice. How are we feeling today? It's a little early for me. I'm feeling good. I just got my Ghost Energy drink. I'm slurped it down. I'm feeling a little bit more energized. But how are you guys doing? Are you enjoying the stream so far? And what's been your favorite match? And I think we have Zep here that's going to join us on stream in just a second. Appreciate those W's, by the way, boys and girl. Are we watching Mendia or Sandbirdie?
They're the same game. I just don't know whose stream's going to be better.
All good. Fair enough. Paz moves on into the next round. He'll be playing the winner of Smartass Sneg. I'd really like to see if we can watch that one, especially if Smartass wins. Viper is playing against Hetball and Hay. That would have been a really good game. One of my favorite players to watch, Hetball and Hay, versus one of my boys, Viper. would have been a fun match. Also, Zod versus Proto would have been fun, but Proto got DQ'd.
Which Proto got DQ'd?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he told me he was working today, so.
It is what it
Might be
is.
why. Yeah, Headbunny is a very interesting team builder. He very often catches people very off guard by playing stuff we don't expect. He's also very interesting because he usually plays a lot of Illuvials in his team, so a lot of variations possibly from Headbunny.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot as well. A lot of dynamic, a lot of moving different parts and pieces around, kind of like an ADHD comp, if you will. I kind of felt that.
Yeah, like I like teams with multiple modes. They allow more flexibility from the player. As we can see here, this will be a very interesting matchup where we see Mud, Toxic Colossus, against Arcanite. This is actually a very skilled matchup. It will all come to how both players manage their resources. Just so in case one of them hears us, that we don't give the answer already.
Neither can hear us. It's all good.
I mean, they can be on stream.
Yeah, it's 75-second delay.
There's a delay, so it's fine.
But yeah, but game is more than 75
Yeah.
seconds.
Yes.
They can't win off the information you gave them. It's fine, regardless. It's really cool. I can see both streams at the same time. I can see both sides.
Well, to save the bandwidth, I'm gonna cut.
I know
one of them.
I know, but this is a fun matchup, though. The classic Arcanite versus Toxic Colossus. Though this Toxic Colossus team comp has a geyser in it, which is interesting, and I've been seeing a lot more of that. Just people randomly putting in geyser, especially in team comps that have Mystic already into them, like the Adorius and Apon. Geyser seems to be rising in popularity right now.
Yeah, Riser is not only cheaper to play, but it's also very interesting because he has such a large hitbox that you can actually use it to protect your ranger or important units from important AoEs or stay away from rogues like Lulura. So it's a very interesting unit. It also doesn't auto attack, so it's actually immune to some stuff like taunt or charm, so you won't prevent him from casting.
Interesting. Yeah, it's fun to play Flood into those into any team comp, and just the way that you use Flood in that comp is really fun. I feel like it's very unique. Because you can hide behind it, or if you're playing some kind of matchup where there's AoE or like burst damage coming at the Flood, you can move them out a little bit. It's just a fun matchup. There's a lot of cool positioning placements.
So here it's the tricky part actually for Sunbirdie, because his Berserker's placement matters a lot, right? You want them not only to be on the same side, but also you want to actually guess on which side will be the Arcanite, because you actually win the trade with this comp if you lose your two Berserkers for the and kill the Phosphorus. So you actually have to guess turn 2 on which side will be the Phosphorus. One play would be to delay when do you put your Phosphorus, when do you put your Berserkers, to see where your opponent places the Phosphorus. But because of how the curves are designed and how small the decks are, it's actually not really an option. It's very sad. It's actually a bit sad, but yeah, here, this is still a turn where Arcanites are still pretty weak. Now with now there's pretty much two options for Arcanites. We already know it. It's going to be either a 5 Bulwark turn or the Furiox plus Lolura turn. So we'll see which option Media plays. I have my guess on what he wants to play, but it's going to be very interesting here to see how both players take this. The eccentered gnaw here is very interesting because it makes sure that at least the first casts of the phosphorus don't hit anything else.
Yeah, I think
The last thing you want is phosphorus to be able to squeeze in an angle and hit multiple things, which he prevents very well with this gnaw positioning.
Yeah, I don't think Furiox has that much of an impact on this round. Just not yet.
But I feel like Mitya didn't even play this round. Oh no, he did. My bad.
Yeah.
I was watching the stream on YouTube because I'm watching the as well. If
All good.
oh, people don't hear me right correctly. I'm watching the comments.
No, I just asked if they can.
Oh,
it's hard for
okay.
me to check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was a close round, but it looks like Mindy is gonna take it.
Mm-hmm.
The Phosphorus is going down a lot easier than I expected, given it he has 3 Bloom and 3 Bulwark. I still expect Phosphorus to live out a little bit longer.
Gonna
but
take it. Mindy or Sandbridger will take it the last second with the Cardalux. It's a tanky boy.
Yeah, here on Retribution Skull, it's a very interesting one because especially against Arcanites, Thorns have a lot of value because it's a lot of small instances of damage. That's actually the same reason why Earth tends to be good against Arcanites, is because it's so many small instances of damage that you can negate with a Grit and Resolve. That here Thorns will also get a lot of value from those small instances.
Now,
you can notice here that Sandbirdie is not aware of the bug. There is a bug where that just allows you to basically move for free, like rebond for free.
what? Maybe let's not reveal that. I don't know if we should. Should we?
No,
the devs are aware of it and there's feedback, so it's gonna come soon.
Let's not talk about it in case there's like competitors that don't know about it. I don't want to. Or is it more fair to tell everyone?
I think it's more fair to tell everyone because obviously some players know, right? Like if I know, some players know as well, right?
I guess so. I don't know how I feel about it.
But I feel like not a lot of people know about it like you think. Maybe I'm wrong.
So I think at Plat Plus, people should know it more likely than not. Anyways, yeah, it all comes on the positioning. Like, if people didn't notice, when you sell a unit and put it back, you actually just get charged for a movement. So if you put it back at the exact same place, you're actually not charged at all.
Oh, in the exact same place. That's interesting. That's so hard to line up.
There are ways. I won't give the ways, but at least now people are aware that.
Yeah, so now I can abuse that in my games.
So basically, a player can, for completely free, change the augments of their unit or just change bonding.
Interesting.
Oh,
I
the
definitely
augments
did not
as well.
know that. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that don't know that as well.
Oh, that's so hard to line it up. I wouldn't even bother.
Streams like this is that they are also meant to be educative for the people who don't know this kind of. I'll call it a feature until it's fixed, honestly.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I agree with you.
It's like it's a game-breaking bug. Anyways, like it technically makes you win like 10 MP. Most games it doesn't really matter, but at least you don't destroy your curve just because you have to change your bonding, for example.
That's gross. This guy has 3 Spore in here now with the Vermilion. That Vermilion is not gonna get touched once until he gets a clumsy augment.
Yeah, and it's
3
very
Mystigas once.
By putting that Phosphorus backline, India has kind of forced himself into a situation where the Phosphorus will be stuck into the Vermilion for a long time. Losing energy, losing Omega power, and also losing energy efficiency, which is very annoying because then he will proc actually his immune way less often.
True.
we also don't know with the meta shift. I didn't remember, but maybe Media also doesn't have a true sight or clumsy opportunity. So the sport here might be very, very annoying for Media.
Yeah, I've started putting True Sight onto all of my teams. Because you can shred a Vermilion so fast, and it's just kind of funny to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, you really need that true sight. It feels pretty damn
So
bad.
I
if
feel
you
like
don't have it.
maladaptive is actually better because you also prevent him from healing.
Hmm.
And the other thing is by giving
Sure.
clumsy, you allow your teammates to attack it as well, and not just you.
Yeah, the only problem with maladaptive is it only triggers on crit.
Yeah, but it's fine. You're supposed to crit every 4 auto attacks.
Yeah.
And it's not like a probability. We know that in Illuvium it's actually deterministic to the point that where once you get your first crit, every 4th attack after that will be a crit again. So
Yeah.
and that's why it was very even more important for Sandbirdie to get this. I forgot the name of the augment, but the one that gives actually true sight, the legendary augment that he's put on Monk here.
Yeah.
Not actually a big fan of these
Visionary
Vermilion
Vanguard?
augments personally.
I agree.
But maybe a disclaimer: I'm really not a big fan of those two augments together in a general way.
Yeah. I don't think you're the minority there. Giving it invulnerable and indomitable at the same time.
I think you gave it thorns
The
actually.
thing is,
didn't
I
you?
actually even don't think that it's the best. That's the worst bit. It's great when it's on a solo frontline. I would agree on that. But for
Yeah.
a lot of other things, there are way better augments that I think people are sleeping on.
Like what? Vitality Veil?
Vitality Veil is interesting. There's also the other one that just makes that if you're at 60% health, you either get 4% HP regen or heal 800. That's a big one. I love playing that one on Titanor when Titanor is actually playable. But yeah, like those kind of augments of tank augments are, in my opinion, better in general. I've seen as well a lot of people playing units like Vermilion with the Matrix thing that gives 80 armor, 80 80 resistance.
Oh yeah,
basically.
I've done that a lot.
A Furiax is a Gatling gun
Yeah,
right now.
and he has maladaptive in his deck. Media, he knows.
Oof.
The thing just looks so long.
Yeah.
I think going hyper,
And
you're
his
really gonna
Furiax
feel
is
it.
just gunning them
And we
down.
see that
Yeah.
every single tournament. A Phosphorus with Hyper is very scary.
Oh yeah. Like, you know, like those people that bring 2 different phosphoruses in their deck, that is such a huge advantage. The extra 35% attack speed you get from the fighter bonus of going hyper
and
is
it's
just
also
so
resistance is penetration. So
big. Yeah.
you don't not only technically improve your damage output by 35%, which is actually already crazy, but you also nerf the resistances from your opponents when defending your attacks. So it's really, really strong. Sandbirdie really likes that combo of augments.
Yeah.
Just
You've been roboting, Jimbo. We don't know what you said. The other thing I don't like much about how Sandbirdie played this game is that the first augments he played were the Invulnerable and Indomitable, which are basement positioning dependent augments. So I don't like playing those first. I think first people should more focus like on carry augments. Media did it very well by playing his first 3 augments were 1 on Phosphorus and 2 on Furiox.
They're both going to change it up a lot. The Vermilion not staying in for this round, but Mindia somehow predicted that and moved everything to the front of the board as well. And, well, I want to say probably not a prediction, but
or if he wanted to be away of the Vermilion cast, we don't know.
But the Vermilion would have gone on Furiox instead of Phosphorus in that case.
But yeah, that's the plan of that deck list Sandbirdie is playing. That's actually the... Like, if you take off Ramfire, that's pretty much what Protozoa and Lewilo were playing like a week or 2 ago. And the game plan was basically you play Vermilion. If it doesn't work, you swap to Mystic. I'm kind of dubious on the importance of Spore here, of Verdant here, especially placed where he placed his Arcalion though.
Yeah, I don't think changing it up was the right strategy. I think he had something that was working pretty well, and I think he ran out of things to do. Like, his Nile wasn't going to get that much benefit from the Indomitable or the Invulnerable, and you might have almost been better off placing that on something like Monkia, maybe going with a little bit less damage.
The other thing is that because of the positioning, this Phosphorus was not even attacking the Indomitable and Invulnerable, so...
Yeah.
Just a quick thing. The winner of Hepbo Hay versus Viper is playing against Lolkek. I've sent a message to Lolkek. He said he was down to join stream.
I was going to get Paz...
to that game if you're down.
I was going to get Paz's next game.
This Viper Hepbone Hay game is only on their second game in the series. So if you want, after their game, and then the winner of that plays Lolkek, we could play that after Paz. It's up to you though.
No. We can do the Lolkek game. Yeah, talk to him. We'll do that.
Okay, we'll play Paz after this, and then
we can't really do both. We would slow it down like heaps. We gotta pick one.
Shit, what's the choice?
So Sandbirdie decided to play a mirror instead.
Oh, this... Am I lagging still? So, please is for these.
Sorry guys, we lost Jim Barino. We got C3PO instead, but he'll be back soon. How comes I don't hear anyone though?
It's all good. I was just fixing something in the bracket.
Okay. Okay, so we can see here that Sandbirdie only plays 1 Phosphorus because he wants that second weapon to be for the Runfire option, which I actually already don't think is that big of an option for this deck. And that actually prevents him from playing the Earth Phosphorus, which is actually better in the mirror. So I didn't see if Mindia had the double Phosphorus option, but if he had, he'll be quite in a good advantage.
Oh no, we're coming to our first Arcanite mirror. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, Arcanite mirror, but there can be imbalances. We can
Don't be
also. I didn't see much the legendary augments choice, but I just noticed that Saint Birdie got the meteor. So I'm wondering what did Mindia get instead?
What?
No, like meteor is actually in fact sometimes overrated by people. But the question, no, literally. Sometimes it's like it's a good augment, sure, but sometimes there are situational things that are just better.
I mistook your accent. I thought you said Mindia is overrated, not Meteor.
I did too. I was like,
because a lot of people autopilot 3 on the Meteor, and sometimes it's not the right play.
Yeah.
Apparently, Mindia decided that we were in that situation. So I'm just legit wondering what did Mindia get instead, and is it worth the trade? Sunberty, you alright with your snake, man? It's not hard to. It's not easy to take these decisions in the mirror, because we can assume that everything will be played in the legendary augments choices and positioning. So players are literally tryharding that aspect of the game, as we saw with Saint Birdie going left or right with his periods. I'm a bit concerned by the positioning of that snake, though. My guess is that here, when the Phosphorus will be on Atlas, there is a probability that he might have a very decent line.
India goes for the 5 bulwark here over putting in his Illuvium.
Yeah, I've seen Viper as well doing that sometimes in the mirror and pass. It's an interesting option. I think the 5 bulwark option actually wins the mirror. Because the Phosphorus is way tankier.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think I'm almost positive that's how it works, but I could be wrong. I mean, it looks like it's working.
Yeah, now the crazy line. To the charm.
Yeah, that was a great lineup from Mindia's Phosphorus as well there at the end.
We can see though that the Phosphorus from Saint Birdie, the Lolura from Saint Birdie, is Earth, so he gets hyper.
Yeah, he also just barely wins that round, actually taking Mindia out.
Yeah, that Lolura had too much HP.
Yep.
The choice of overtime.
I don't know who told me, but some
a-
people are saying perpetual entropy is overrated. What do you think?
It depends on what deck you are playing. There are decks that use it very, very well, and some others that is just whatever. Like, if you would be playing perpetual entropy in an Arcanite mirror, most likely, like, it's a good augment for Lolura, but it's also like.
I think Zeb dropped.
You think I dropped? No, I didn't.
No, he's here.
So perpetual entropy is a very good augment, but in the mirror, maybe not that much. The other thing is that actually Saint Birdie might have better legendary augments. This Lolura, like, it could stun the Phosphorus at some point. And the thing is, in the mirror, he got Vital Strike. That's why.
Oh, no way!
Yeah.
You can't give up Vital Strike. Yeah, I would take that over Meteor too.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like Vital Strike or Meteor. Saint Birdie went for Meteor, but I think we will see if I'm wrong, but I think Media made the right call with Vital Strike over Meteor here.
Vital Strike is an instant win on Phosphorus, if you ask me.
It's not a win in a lot of units. That augment is crazy. It's not only HP, but it's also so much damage.
Well, Phosphorus also stacks max health from Bloom, so it's incredibly good on Phosphorus.
Yes, and most of the time people also play either the reduced damage effect from Temporal Safeguard or Nano Sequencer on Phosphorus, which both benefit a lot from the extra HP.
Yeah, damn. Giving that up feels bad.
And see, it's again one of those situations where Mintia gave his augments to his carry first, whereas Sandbirdie did put a Meteor, which is also pretty expensive, on a Lulura. And we saw that it was literally a no match for this round. So,
oh yeah.
This is just to emphasize that the importance of good augment prioritization, because especially in mirrors, this has a lot of importance. Might go better this time. No.
He's got a lot of DPS now, but I'm not convinced Entropy on Lulura is that great here. I think an Indom augment or two on his smaller bulwarks might have been better here, but it's hard to say.
The problem with the Indomitable is always the same, is that it's positioning based. So I personally tend to focus first on guaranteed value, then positioning based value. Because if your opponent decides to side swap, let's say, because I don't know, he thought that he's losing on one side and then decides to side swap, even though it's a turn where you would expect it to be too expensive, you could end up just destroying your own game by spending where it's not necessary in stuff like Indomitable.
He did give the piercing to his Phosphorus, which I think was actually quite impactful here. That's surprising to me, but I really like that play from Sandbirdie's end.
Yes, it's interesting. The fact that he now has the Graviton Piercer and the pure damage makes that he will have, in fact, a lot of DPS and kind of negating the 5 bulwarks effects. So it's very interesting to see that over the weeks, players have started to put proper options in their decks to kind of counter this 5 bulwarks metagame. And I just noticed something also very interesting in Sandbirdie's deck, is that he has both Maladaptive Resonator for Clumsy and the Graviton Piercer that can also give him True Sight. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be a sport player against him.
Starting to get pretty tired. I tried waking up at 3 AM for the Aether's tournament, and then I was like, my body's not going to do this. So I went to sleep. I tried. I really wanted to. Phosphorus going down here for Sandbirdie. I think he might actually drop this round if he loses the Furiox too.
Yeah, very aggressive play from India, who realized he has actually more DPS than Sandbirdie, despite the Graviton Piercer, and really trying to take the game on this round, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough.
Oh.
Just not quite. But very good play from India. We can also see that these kind of adaptations are not only for when you lose, but you can also try to make them to win the round before earlier and not give a chance to your opponent to adapt and react.
Can't believe he's left with 10 health. That is brutal.
Yeah. Where is the 50 MP armor for the ranger when you need it?
Yeah. Back of them in a corner.
Okay, so wild repositioning from St. Birdie here, trying to make sure that all the focus goes on those augments.
Reducing energy feels weird. I do a lot of healing reduction on against Arcanite teams, which I find works well against the Omnivamp, which we can see he's about to probably put the second Omnivamp on the board from India.
Yeah, so it's always a bit tricky to realize, do you want anti-heal or less energy, especially against comps where casting means healing, you know?
Yeah.
But in this case, I agree with you. I always put the anti-heal, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not the play, but I feel like the barrel suppressor in energy only has real value when you also play a nano leecher on a good user. Oof.
Oh, the Lalura is gonna
like
take
that ball.
Mm.
Yeah.
St. Birdie did manage to take out.
That's repositioning here from St. Birdie. And this is where the mental is important.
Oh, St. Birdie's going to be able to shred off so much health there, going 10 HP, taking him out right from the bottom of the barrel there. Very, very impressive endgame. And that's gonna take us into game 3.
Yes, and that's where mental is important, because it's easy to get triggered for Mindya after this, and that's where he has to be strong and really focus on the fact that it happens and now is another game. Very curious of how this last game will be played out and what decks will be played. Will we see another mirror, or will Mindya actually show us something new?
Tallulah really appreciates your informative explanations.
Great.
In the chat.
Yeah, glad to hear it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game 3. It will be really good. Smartass and Phantom going at it right now. And Brian the Brave and Nafer.
Who's Phantom?
Pardon?
Smartass and Phantom?
Oh, sorry, Paz.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was like, who is Phantom?
I didn't realize I said
Which
Phantom.
one?
That's my bad. And yeah, so the winner of this game will go up against Zod.
Ooh, Zod, another underrated player. I'm gonna say something. Zod in tournaments is one of the roughest players I faced. I've faced him like, remember that Inferno where I played that water deck?
Yeah.
Right before stream, I played against Zod, and it was by far way harder than my 2 following games. Not to lack respect on my opponent of that day, but Zod has been doing very good, but kind of under the radar for most people, because somehow in tournaments he just doesn't get to the end point.
Well, Zod came second against Smartass in the previous Aetherless's tournament.
Oh yeah, right. I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he actually came third in ours. He beat Smartass in the 3rd/4th matchup.
And
in a
fact,
revenge.
In the Transcendent, he didn't realize it was Swiss rounds and left after first round.
Oh, okay. That's rough.
Yeah. We need more effort to be put from all organizers in making the rules clear, especially when there are kind of special rules like Swiss rounds or stuff like that that people might not be familiar with, into really providing like proper rule sets and making sure that people read them. I don't know, maybe make a PDF that is downloadable when they register or something like that. Cool. I don't really like how Birdie played this. This legendary augment choice. I think Media might have the advantage on what he got, or more like on denying what he denied.
This turn 2 is always rough for me because it's like sometimes they just line up all their scions on one side after you put that Ramfire down and it just gets its cast on nothing. So it feels really bad, but
no, I find that the Ramfire in the middle always gets good value against any sort of squishy comp. It's just, it's so wide that you can't really prevent it.
Yeah, that's the issue with Ramfire. I think his AoE is probably a bit too large, and there's most of the time just no downside to just put it in the middle of the board and just let it do its thing. So in fact here against a lot of squishies it will have a lot of value, but there is also a lot of damage from India's side straight away. So when he will start stacking all those charged capacitors and stuff and synergetic fields, is gonna be very, very rough for that Ramfire, especially because the Ranger can also move for free and potentially get a stun on the Ramfire.
Yeah, I've always felt like Ramfire's Mega is a little bit too large, but at the same time it doesn't do any damage against 5 Bulwark, and so it's kind of balanced. But, you know.
I don't know. I'm team, if there is something in the game, there must be a counterplay. And
yeah.
I feel like the counterplay against Ramfire is a bit limited so far.
Oh, for sure.
I agree.
I think, well, I mean,
sometimes you put something at the extreme corner, and just because that thing has a large hitbox, like a Nidorius or a Geyser, and it gets clipped, and you're like, come on.
Well, that being said, if the Indomitable Augment didn't exist, then you could take down a Ramfire pretty quickly. It takes a long time to cast, but you're right, with all the augments and everything, it's pretty...
Yeah, but there is also charge capacitor possibility or Vitality Veil for Ramfire as well, so... And not all the comps also have the... Wait, why Revenant for Birdie?
Oh, I mean, the opponent's full Scion, right? Revenant's always good against Scion. Plus, I don't think much of Jagged Edge personally.
You put it on the Phosphorus and now it's a rogue? That's fire.
Yeah, it's a rogue, but you don't play Arcanite, so... It will be tanky, but it won't do a lot of damage. But at the same time, you don't need it to make too much damage, because it's full squishes behind anyways.
Yeah, they don't have that much health.
Wait, Wait, I just realized, Media plays a variant where he plays a Ripplance in his Science team.
Yeah, no, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I didn't notice that until you said it.
That's a Ripplance right there, welcoming these rogues.
I guess specifically for a Ramfire, maybe?
Or maybe just to give himself options. Maybe there's a path where he actually plays the Berserkers at some point. I don't know.
As a heads up, Headbone actually managed to take down Viper and is going up against Lolkick now next game.
Positioning tags. Ooh.
The Lalura pulled him
Yeah,
across.
okay.
All right, stuff still gets clipped. I did small units. It's actually small units. Very tough situation here where Media needs to adapt, and St. Birdie, we noticed now that he puts that he has a deflector and a survival protocol in every one of his every single one of his decks. So that's also not great for Psions when you really want to burst stuff and just make as many kills as you can as quickly as possible. And yeah, also here on St. Birdie's side, those are probably the best augments on Rapfire.
I agree.
I would take that 200 times over the double charge capacitor that some people play
Same.
right now.
He didn't
100%
give it the energy regen. He gave it untargetable.
Wait, what?
I'm pretty sure he
Yeah.
clicked the untargetable one. He didn't give it the energy regen from the Vitality Veil.
But you don't need to target, it's Plions!
Yeah, no, I don't know. I swear to God he misclicked.
Yeah, it must be a misclick. Or maybe he
Yeah.
knows a tech we don't. I don't know.
Yeah, he just went untargetable. It was written in...
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Now he's dead. Wait, is he?
Phosphorus.
Yeah, thankfully the Indomitable already got off. Mindy alive with 25 health. This is
The
likely.
bloom buff really showing off.
Yeah, I know, right? Big bloom buff.
Oh, that Ramfire one shot literally 5
Yeah.
Illuvials.
Yeah,
Crazy.
if Media can't take it now, wasn't able to take it now, I don't see really in what scenario can he win actually. Like, we've seen the Ramfire actually stays out of the way from the Fleeches and the Lynx beams for quite a lot of time. And now he's gonna start having Omnivamp and just ramping his augments. All Media can do is just get his first cast quicker in that comp, so... Well, maybe with a couple survival protocols himself, maybe Media can put him in a good spot. The survival protocol isn't that broken when you have survival protocol as well, right?
It can help resist. The only problem is that Inferno is like a hard counter to survival protocol. Does so much damage that as soon as it
Media
ends...
has Toxic as well, so...
Yeah.
What comes to who procs the survival protocols first?
Alfie not taking the Ramfire Omega here. But the Inferno is going to
it's
chip
the
it
only
away.
unit that never takes it.
Yeah, why didn't he just move all the Scions to the other side up front if he was going to frontline them? It would be out of the Ramfire Omega. I guess it doesn't matter, but...
The thing is, before he does that, he didn't have the card locks behind. So he didn't know like that Ramfire would be placed in such a way that it just barely clips even the front Illuvials.
Hitbone Hay beats Viper. Interesting. Viper was up 1-0 and then loses the comeback. Hitbone Hay going to be playing Lil Keck here. Hitbone Hay, an Illuvium Inferno favorite. Let's see if he has anything cooking that we haven't seen before. Always fun to watch Hitbone Hay play. I love watching this guy. Always brings it with I don't want to say goofy picks, but because they work. But always coming in with some off meta builds. So we'll see what he's cooked up for us here today, or if he just brings in one of the old reliables. He's playing against Lil Keck, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. Lil Keck, if I remember correctly, really favors Arcanite.
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever
exactly
seen
remember.
Lil Keck play.
Yeah, we have. He was PPZL, if you remember that. He played in the first tournament.
Right.
Oh yeah, he played Empaths too that one time, right? I think he got second with Empaths or something. Regardless, good player. Hitbone Hay, one of the best though, so we'll see if he can stack up and live up to that. Hitbone Hay again beating out Viper. Currently, I don't know what rank he is. Definitely top 3, but I can't remember exactly what position. So that's a pretty big feat, taking down such a great player.
I think Hitbone Hay's top 10, isn't he?
Yes, I think so, but I can't remember.
So it's not like crazy. It's not like rank 1000 beat Viper. You know what I mean? Like Hitbone Hay is very respected.
Yeah, I don't think he's top 10 though. I could be wrong. Let me see.
I'm gonna go get a drink quickly. I'll be back.
Yep. Okay, so Hitbone Hay has a Smurf that is rank 12, and then his regular account's rank 13. So not quite top 10, but definitely up there. So definitely a respectable rank and not super crazy. But regardless, we're moving into this next round with Lil Keck. Lil Keck has the accessories on his Doka. Love to see it, dude. Looking fresh with the clown nose and the Dick King's bandana. Yeah, I love that. But
also, it has a name, the Dick King's bandana.
yeah, because that's the one that Dick King's is wearing in his avatar. So I just call it the Dick King's bandana.
Wow.
But
shout out to Rich if he's watching.
Yeah, shout out Rich. Hitbone Hay playing that Scion, maybe with the fighter, but I can't remember exactly. Well, it's just the tier 0 Scion.
Yeah, it's Flesh.
I love Flesh.
Very smart option from Lil Keck here, ensuring himself to take at least 1 KO by starting with the daggers instead of something else. With the Predator, sorry. And so now we see Hitbone positioning his flashes away from the opponent Moncur jumping, but I think it will be useless because Moncur then, when he makes his Omega, he will anyways just leave a clone behind him and jump to the lowest energy, the lowest physical resist enemy, which is very often the flashes. So after the first cast, that Gorilla will just end up on the right side, regardless.
The taunt from it is one of its biggest advantages too, because Flish takes so long, a cast for such a long duration, you can really taunt them out of it and cancel some of that damage. The Gorilla's so squishy. The mud's pretty helpful too, slowing down that energy gain quite decently.
Yeah. So the team Lilkek is playing right now is pretty similar to what I've been playing recently, but he has the daggers, which actually kind of changed the matchup. It's going to be very interesting to see how this will be played. We can see Headbone trying to get an angle from the Hydrolinks, the arcane Hydrolinks. But that might be kind of a hard read from him. I hope he reads it correctly, because if Lilkek decides to go more on the other side, he might just whiff his Omega on most important units.
We are going to see the links come out and probably get a really good
so
Omega
I think
off.
he's going to miss the red plants here. Yeah.
Oof. Oh, the link's getting one more cast.
That was huge. He's probably saved around 100 HP there. Because if that link just dies, the Rippless then probably still has time to kill at least 1 or 2 flishes.
Oh, for sure. I was really lucky on Headbone's side there, for sure. I did not expect that to get.
It wasn't lucky, but
I didn't.
Like you're definitely not going to complain about that occurrence.
No.
And
No.
Headbone going for a symmetric positioning to kind of make a cross of waves, targeting then left and right side from behind the Cardiologs. Trying to cover as much space as he can with the beams and the waves. Very interesting positioning here from Headbone. A lot of people tend to pack when they see rogues, but Headbone going for the actual complete opposite and focusing on the other units in Lilkek's comp.
He's going to give Indomitable to Gorilla.
Yeah. In this matchup, I think it's almost always on Gorilla, because in this matchup, Gorilla is your real carry. Your Berserkers pretty much never reach the backline, so you need that Gorilla to survive longer. But it's very rough here for Lilkek. He just got obliterated. Yeah.
Tell Headbone knows what he's doing when it comes to this comp.
Yes, we know Headbone has always liked a lot the Psion comps. Like the first time I saw him actually performing in a tournament was that one where he came with 7 Psions Grandfire. With again those 7 augments in the front line. And he's showing now that with the Cardiologs it's even better. So yeah. Let's see how Lilkek adapts to this. He must have a deck list that has a better matchup into this, right?
Scions are so tricky. Like I feel most teams can take it out like round 5-6, but it's such a big brain thing to try and like play around it. Because even the rogues have a little bit of trouble. Because if there's Flish ever cross beams across the back of the board, your rogues will all get shredded as well. You need to play around that as well, so it's not a free win. But I think rogues is the big one that goes into this well. It's just the targeting on that Cardiologs. There's so little you can do about it.
Yeah. So the first thing is you can't. It's very hard to avoid targeting the Cardiologs. And the other thing, the other issue you have in this matchup is in fact that big burst of damage. But people forgot, but there's an item called, there's an augment called Techno-Leecher that actually does pretty well against these. And when you pair it with air, you can actually have instances where Scions just don't cast at all.
Hmm. Even after the Techno-Leecher was fixed?
I mean, the only fix is that now it you prioritize to make it on a big energy pool unit, whereas before it was just put on a Reuterus because it's the smallest energy pool in the game.
Yeah.
But now if you put it on an Axodon or a Geyser, you actually get even more value most of the time from the Techno-Leecher. So Techno-Leecher is still a very good augment.
Okay.
Obviously, some comps use it way better than others. I've also seen comps with the 7 Fighters Colossus now play the Techno-Leechers on Floorlings instead.
Taking out the Cardulocks is going to save him some health and hopefully prevent the 4 round.
Also, Hitbone is playing this list where he can play either the 7 Scions or the 7 Fighters. That's a lot of Illuvials. Plus a Rampire, plus plus a Cardulox. That's 16 Illuvials right there. Plus the different weapons you need for the Ranger. So it's probably like an 8 augments deck list.
Yeah, it's crazy. I love it.
But it makes a lot of sense. Like if your game plan is just to win by round 5, you just never place the other augments anyways.
It's very true. These rogues are a lot more fierce. I love Rhoda. It's one of my favorite Illuvials.
Yeah, and air is a big deal against Scions because delaying that first cast, delaying that burst is so important.
Oh yeah, because it takes so long to go through Caradulox as well. And it can really help you.
So now Headbone playing water, ensuring that he has more energy regen for all his Scions. But I think Lil Kek's variant might be able to reach 5 air. He already has 4 on the board, so the delays will be even bigger next round. Yeah, so Relentless Zeppelins coming soon. Giving 3 fighter as well. Okay. So 2 rogues, 3 fighter, 5 air, Toxic Colossus. Solid turn 3 for Lil Kek coming. Oh! Taking some money to... Oh. So Forest can walk through, but because the... how's the name of the baby bear? It's not Joko, it's... so the bear, because it has a larger hitbox, wasn't able to bypass the Cardulox, but Full was. Very interesting here.
Oof. At least we're not going to see a 4-round game, hopefully. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I think
this turn. it all comes to this turn, but Indomitable 12 seconds on two Psions, or the Vanquisher's uplink. Both are excellent for Headbone. Oh, Phantom Class. Interesting. And the Vanquisher's uplink. Yes. Vanquisher's uplink is actually way more interesting for low kick, while the other one is more interesting for Headbone. So I think both players are happy with how these legendary augments played out.
He's dropping the Sucker's Gift on the Fiery. And Vitality...
Yes.
Vital Strike or whatever it is.
So he gives Indomitable to his Cartulux.
No.
Which is the most important,
yeah.
to have Indomitable.
That's not Indomitable.
It's even the little Indomitable.
It's Indomitable for 12 seconds.
Oh! He's giving it at the start of the game. He's giving the legendary Indomitable.
Yeah.
Right.
And he has, what is that, Titans on the...
That doesn't work.
Yeah, it's Titans without chain on the Cartulux.
But that thing's not going to die within 12 seconds. It's like the worst thing to put it on.
Yeah, I feel like he should have put that on the ones in the back.
Literally anything else.
You know, the things that can actually die in 12 seconds.
Oh, but it also gives him the max health regen.
The Titans Redoubt here, pulling a lot of work. Like, look at this Cartulux, top damage.
Oh yeah.
Opponent being nice enough to show us the damage of the Cartulux.
It gives him the... Yeah, it gives the max...
7,300.
Gives the max health regen, I believe.
I think that's the
With the thorns,
gift.
oh god. Oh, the suckers as well. I think they both do it.
I was actually trolling, but yeah. Regardless, that thorns is gonna...
No,
like,
Sucker's Gift, I think,
increase
gives
that
it
damage.
to nearby allies.
What do you mean?
Wait, let me have a look.
Wait, let me have a laugh. You having a laugh?
Wait, let me double check what their abilities are. The Sucker's Gift, it's nearby allies gain Indomitable, and they heal, and then it's Titan Redoubt. Titan's Redoubt gives the physical resistance and recover maximum health.
Yeah, so the combo of both was very good for Hitbone.
It's insane healing, oh my god.
It feels like this low kick team is like specifically made for these scions. Like the air, you have the spore. Like this actually feels pretty good, eh?
Yeah, yet the Adorius is not played in this list.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Or at least he's not on the field. Which is interesting, because I personally have a lot of fun when I put an Adorius frontline against Psions. That links.
But
Look
the way Headbone Hay pivoted, the way he pivoted to literally turn
really
Cartulux into an indestructible beast meant that the Scions don't matter nearly as much now, even though all the rogues are going to tear them apart. It's a smart way to play the matchup. Obviously, you've got to get a little bit lucky with the legendary augments coming up that work for that strategy, but at the same time, he's played around it well. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you would have put like a nanosequencer or the matrix that gives resistances plus the thorns, he would pretty much got the same effect. So it's still an option for him. He wouldn't have the heal though. But there are augments for that as well. So if that gives some ideas in people in the chat. There are options to make these super cardiologs happen more frequently.
Hetbone Hay won 5 rounds in a row. Still hasn't gotten him down. This should be the last round though if he wins, unless he wins by a small fraction with just the cardiologs again.
Sorry, I just take you on there. He is 9 rounds in a row right now.
9. Okay.
Yeah, he did for our last one.
Oh, I meant just for this game. But yes, that's a good point. Hasn't dropped a single turn yet in the entire series. That's a great point, actually. I didn't
Not
think
in the entire
about...
series, but in this best of 3, yeah.
Isn't that like the best of 3 series?
That's how we
Call it
refer
a
to it.
set. The series is like in this entire tournament.
Nah, I'm gonna stick with it.
In League of Legends, they call it the best of the series, but I'll take your word for it as a whole.
Oh,
Wow, 11 rounds coming, maybe?
Maybe Cardalux just counters this Vermi, like how it can't die, where it
Yeah,
does
and Toxic in a
easy.
general way, like, you don't need to attack much, so he can't proc Spore much, so he can't heal
Yeah.
himself.
And
And
then the Thorns on top of that, if you can't hit him and he's dodging constantly, which he doesn't have the Spore, so he's not like supercharged, right? So, but even still, like really good play from Hetbone Hay.
honestly, I'm surprised he's not chucking the Cardalox at the back to stop the Vermilion from cutting through his entire
he
team.
doesn't need to.
Yeah.
I think he would have won that last round if he did, though. He doesn't need to, but it would still be a better position than he has now, I would argue.
Looks like he's kind of doing what you're saying.
Yeah, Vermilion might get dragged
Though
to the
I'm
front.
not sure that Flish is gonna live long enough.
The only thing I
matter
don't like
too
with
much.
this positioning is that you get all your Scions attacking the Ranger, which is a Spore, which
Oh,
reduces
no.
your energy and frequency. Oh, double Thorns on the Vermilion now. Vermilion about to give... losing time on the Indomitable. The Adorido now coming into play, so he's now in 3 Spores. That might be a changer. The issue is that Cartalox doesn't have Omega power on his ability, so Spore is actually effectively useless against him.
And that looks like it's game. That last one was a lot closer, even though he didn't win.
11 rounds in a
didn't win any
row.
rounds.
GG Hetbone.
GG.
Alright, so what are we watching next?
We're going to stick with it, and we're going to watch Hetbone Hay come up against Paz in the semi-final.
Okay. So, Hetbone Paz, one semi-final. What is the other one?
We don't know yet, but Brian the Brave up against whoever the winner of Zod and Sandbirdie is. Zod is currently up 1-0.
Okay.
What do we think about the team comps that we've seen so far? Is it pretty much what we expected?
I think we were all expecting kind of more Tsunami.
Yeah, I definitely was. I was expecting more Tsunami, but I think
or at least
Scions
more
are really
Enchanter
good,
variants,
but-
let's say it that way.
with the gauntlet carry. We've seen multiple Scion team comps though, which is interesting. That might be just specifically because of the people that we picked to watch, but it's doing really well currently. I think it does decent into Tsunami depending on the matchup or who's playing it, so that could have an effect on why we're seeing so much Scion. I would say there's probably a lot of people in the tournament playing Tsunami and we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, so the thing with the Psions is that they do so much damage so early that it's very hard for any comp actually to play against it, because they will almost always win the 3 or 4 rounds, and by then the game is potentially over already. So this deck is actually very aggro, and if a win comes, it's only if the opposing deck can actually survive well enough first, and then outscale the Psion comp.
Which I think is really funny, and maybe we'll see more of that Magma Earth coming out, because that would also counter the Fleesh. You'd have to obviously avoid taking the Lynx Omegas, but the Fleesh basically do no damage on top of 20 or 30 resolve.
Yeah, so the Fleesh beams are a thing, but as you said, there is the Lynxes as well, and when you play Magma, you actually kind of want to be packed, you know, because you want to benefit from your Magma around you. So it's very hard, and it's more expensive for the Magma player to move than for the Psion player to just move to Lynxes.
So that's a big thing.
It's still a big deal. In fact, Magma, Mystic kind of teams with extra shield might be good. But in a general way, I just feel like it's Techno-Leecher and Rogues.
Yeah. We haven't seen like an all-rogue team comp in a long time in the Inferno. Not very popular to see that either. I could see
very well. They tend to do very bad against Arcanites, and Arcanites have been dominating for 4 or 5 Infernos now, so
that probably won't change soon.
Beep boop.
Like
beep.
Like an Umbre team would probably just destroy this Psion team, but nobody plays Umbre, so it's not a big deal.
Why is no one playing Umbre? Umbre didn't necessarily become bad at any point. It's actually still quite a fun Illuvial to use.
It loses to Arcanite.
Oh, okay. Right. It's just that simple, huh?
Yeah, like, that's the thing with metagames, is that sometimes it's not that stuff is necessarily bad, but because they have a bad matchup against what is considered S tier, those comps therefore are not considered anymore. They are invalidated. That's how we call it. The same way that Techno-Leecher was invalidating completely the Tsunami comps, and that's why we didn't see them for a bit before the patch.
Paz went BRB
you
for a little
said
bit,
Umber...
but he'll be back in a minute.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
You said that Umber comp is good into the Scion, so like even if you know someone who's Scion, you
Teacher PO.
Oh, gotcha. No.
I've never understood the Vengeful Smite. I've basically never ever used it. It's like Headbone Head running his big fighter or Scion comp.
Yeah. Denying the rogue class so that the opponent doesn't get it. Carbonite Protocol is just a better reactive deflector for him, but Vengeful Smite is interesting.
I've never really used Vengeful Smite, but yeah, maybe it's good here. Well, what's Illumination playing?
Illumination, I didn't see, but I think he's just playing Arcanite like usual.
Yeah, he's playing Arcanite.
So where Vengeful Smite's interesting, now after Phosphorus gets his immune up, it probably doesn't do much. But I like the idea of Vengeful Smite granting those poison stacks really early, and at max stacks, you can't heal anymore. And so I can see that being useful.
Just for a duration, so it's not necessarily for that you play it, but more importantly, the mini stun every 3 auto attacks is so good at interrupting Omegas. It's actually great.
Yeah, but against Arcanite?
And for the value, only 15 mastery points spent on it. So you can put that on a Cuculus, you can put that on any random Scion, you can put that sometimes even in the front line. It doesn't matter, you will get actually quite some value on it. Like it's an excellent augment for Lolura, for example.
We've got Zod and Brian the Brave coming up against each other in the other semi-final, and so hopefully we'll see one of them in the grand final soon.
Yeah, so potentially we could have 2 hype players in the finals with Brian the Brave and Hitbony. Hitbony is not, I think, not sure about that, but maybe he's not officially in hype, but he's always in voice chat there, so I kind of consider him hype, right?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't.
I have a question. What was the...
Can you type that question? We don't hear you.
Yeah, type it. We'll say it for you.
Yes. I was...
I've never seen anyone put the Cardulocks a bit further back.
That's just because in the matchup, Elimination probably plays around fire, in fact, here. And he was trying to get the taunt going back to the Cardulocks. He kind of missed here, but that was the intent.
Mm.
You know, if you get that Runfire to go back up there, you actually make him miss most of the small flashes.
Yeah. Crazy. Plus, you gotta hit it a bit with thorns and stuff, and the toxic.
And even just like the Omega from the Cardulocks, that does a taunt again, potentially interrupting that Runfire. That's an option. That's possible as well. So yeah, you want that Runfire to be closer from that Cardulocks. And we can see here, Hitbony potentially maybe preparing a pivot, going for those.
Well, he's got 3 air. Here. He's got 3 air, and he's got the disarm from the Doka here. I can't imagine this is bad.
He's playing his 2 augments on turn 3 before he finishes his comp. That's interesting as well. Which ensures the cost of this Runfire, who probably wouldn't have cost otherwise. The Indomitable gets 1 more cast.
And I've forgotten.
Not enough.
How does Inferno work? If the Ramfire dies, does the Inferno effect go away?
I hope it does, but I'm not sure. I won't say anything on that one.
I always thought it did.
That's a big one actually as well to know, because the Ranger usually casts before Ramfire and usually dies quicker as well, so... I guess it should go away, just like Magma does. but we know as well that, for example, Verdant stays. So yeah, I don't know on which side is
So
Inferno.
here's the actual text of Inferno, which is why it's always confused me. Inferno units' first Omega superheats the air, dealing damage every second to enemies for as long as they live. Who's it referring to? The caster or the enemies?
I don't know. But that's feedback we made already a few times, and will probably get fixed, at least for open beta, which is the fact that documentation for now is a bit confusing for a lot of things. Like, we have different wordings for the same thing sometimes. We have some tooltips that are just not updated or not really clear on what they do. We use small, medium, large and massive area instead of hexes, which makes it just not clear to know how, if you are in range or not. So hopefully that will change, but I would really not stress out for that, because I actually don't think it's actually a big order of priority right now.
The Siphon Matrix is going to hit this Ramfire here. If it
Yeah,
weren't for the
and
Vitality
Sapping Hex, more
Veil...
importantly. Like, this Sapping Hex is going to pull some work as well, but Survival Protocol. Oh, the Toxic. But still, Inferno, the Fighter, the Lolura. Too much damage, but Illumination managing to save quite a he managed to save a lot of HP early, and now Hitbone is in that tricky situation where he's kinda trapped against this Ramfire. So if he's gonna play Ramfire himself to counter the Ramfire, that's interesting. So is this a pivot into 7 players Ramfire like we saw Hitbone play in the past already?
Quite possibly. I don't know, he does have 5 air, seemingly quite specifically for Ramfire.
It's very good against Tsunami as well, so...
If it weren't for Vitality Veil, I'm not even convinced this Illumination's Ramfire would be casting. It is going to go down before the cast this time, reducing some of the Inferno on the board. And Hepburn Hay is going to take back one more round. And we've got a really close game on our hands.
The fact that his main damage dealer, now being Ramfire, jumps away and stays stuck on those bulwarks, versus the opposing Ramfire that is jumping on the Siphon Matrix and a Sapping Hex, might make the difference now. Also, Hitbone already has put the max damage on his Ranger, and we don't know if Illumination did already, even though if it wasn't done yet, it is now. Round 7, on round 7 you start to have limited options on what to play as augments, and not all of them are good, so...
I don't know where he should be putting the bull here.
Just for the extra taunt, and technically he doesn't need anything else. Like, he has 3 Upsirons, 3 or 4, doesn't really matter. An extra fighter wouldn't really matter either. So just that bull and get the potential taunt.
He's going to give the Carbonite to Phosphorus. Ramfire didn't target it though.
It actually took the beams though
Oh, true.
for free. And I like Paz the situation way better here.
Oh yeah, Phosphorus against Ramfire is a great matchup. Played like a fiddle on that one. But what do you do to counter now for Headbone Hair? Is the question.
He's going more Scions.
Well, that's the only way his Ramfire is going to be able to Omega sufficiently.
It's the cow, yeah. Okay, so he needs to be kind of quick here on his decisions, but we can see now that he's going for the 7 Scions Ramfire, as I suggested earlier. Eventually considering that he wants more damage, but that Phosphorus isn't even built tanky, so his issue was actually about the Ramfire. And if this Ramfire just kills everything in one shot, might not get that value. Oh, Invasive Veil here is interesting. But no Sapping Hex. No Sapping Hex is a big deal in my opinion.
And we have TSG joining us out of nowhere. We cannot hear him.
Yo, my bad. I realized
There we
that my mic was muted. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, how's the tournament been going? I mean,
Well,
I
the
watched
few rounds I've seen, very interesting, and now we are watching a Ramfire mirror, where it seems like Headbone might be taking this one. He's not dead yet.
Oh!
Oh, he is!
That was super close.
Ah,
Yo, I came at the right time.
Illumination! Illumination taking the first round against Headbone. Let's
Nice.
see how both players adapt to this.
This is the first time we've seen Illumination placed this highly. Am I correct in saying that?
No, I think that's correct. This is top 4. He's never been top 4 in Inferno.
He's never had a top 4 placement, yeah? I'm going to have a quick look now, but yeah. It's great
Oh, yeah,
showing
it's
by
possible.
him.
It's possible.
Also, another great content creator if you're trying to learn the game is Illumination. So go subscribe.
Awesome. And so, yeah, the other guys, Brian the Brave and Zod, they're playing on the back end, I'm assuming? Yep. Awesome.
Yep, their series is started.
Yeah. Wait, so Paz took out Smartass.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Interesting. Yo, I dipped away for a couple of hours and some big things happened. All right, so they're starting the match again. I think we're going to go into that.
Illumination picking Tsunami this time. We were talking about the lack of Tsunamis in these top games, and Illumination showing the Tsunami, 3 Techno Leechers, 2 Survival Protocols, 1 Reactive Deflector. That team will be hard to face. And the 3 Battle Suppressors. The Battle Suppressor synergizes very well with Techno Leecher.
Headbone Hay has a lot of air on his team too, though, which is going to help delay some of those casts from the Ranger.
I think Headbone actually has an advantage on this matchup.
Yep.
So I like Headbone's team a lot. I already ran into it, and it's very interesting because he plays this variation of 15 Illuvials, where he either plays 5 air or 5 earth, depending on the matchup. So the theory behind this is that he plays Tempest Enchanter, and then he either plays 5 earth if he's facing an Arcanite, or 5 air if he's facing Tsunami. And in this way, he kind of guarantees himself that he has a good matchup against both. It's not guaranteed. I'm not sure he wins 100% of his games there, but I would say that Headbone here might have a positive matchup in this situation.
Yo, so I'm just looking at this as well, by the way, guys. So Paz has entered 3 Infernos. He's placed 25, 33, and 33. So this is by far his top placement in any of these Inferno tournaments. Compared to Hepon Hay.
Oh, I mean, they're single elim. I'm not going to hold anything against anyone.
No, of course. But I mean, even with that being the case, Hepon Hay is placed 2nd, 17, 4, 17, 12 in all the tournaments, even though they are also single elim. So, yeah, no, it's just good. The reason I was saying that.
So Hepon has the player matchup. Okay.
Now, the reason I was saying that was Illumination. Big ups for him showing up and leveling up in a big way.
Yeah, it's also encouraging for the viewers because they can see that even if you don't win first time in the Infernos, you can still participate, take experience, and take your time to improve to then end up on the top like Illumination is doing right now.
100%. 100%.
Who knows? He might win it out.
So very interesting. Have we been seeing a lot of the... Oh, sorry. Go for it.
I was just going to say, has Headbone Hair won one in the past?
No,
with the 7 times run fired, yeah? I think it was a first place or a second.
He came second. In Inferno 5th, Inferno number 5, he came second.
Yeah.
And then the best placement after that was Inferno 3. He got 4th place. So he's been doing consistently very well.
Yeah.
He's got based on the Inferno stuff, he's got a 70% win rate, which is pretty impressive.
That's in fact very impressive. And the bear going for the ranger straight away, not only getting hyper from this water, but also just making sure that the ranger doesn't cast too much and dies quickly. And that's actually a big deal in this kind of matchups, enchanter versus enchanter, because losing one of your enchanters also means losing a lot of pure damage from the enchanter casts. And the quicker you start losing any sort of units, the worse it goes for you, because you need those units alive for them to proc the pure damage. So, rough situation here for Illumination, and we see more air coming. So,
right, the air is the counter to the casting. That makes complete sense.
Yes, and he goes 7 air plus Tempest. So Tempest, who also steals energy from the units attacking this Kukurov, who is solo frontline, so he's going to take all the aggro from everyone. And the other thing that is interesting here is that we also know probably what Illumination's turn will gonna look like, which is probably just 3 air with the 2 other bulwarks. So he's gonna upgrade to 3 air, 5 bulwarks, plus a better weapon on the ranger. But oh no, he plays the tsunami.
He's doubling down on tsunami. Yeah, interesting.
That
he's
almost
also
looks like a give up.
He's moved his ranger.
Looks like a give up.
Putting Kukurov at the front is really interesting. It does steal energy from dodge.
Yes, which is why he plays 7 air with this Kukurov to play against these comps. So at every auto attack, you have a very decent chance of stealing their energy instead, which not only slows their cost but also accelerates yours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's double win situation for the Tempest player here.
He's at a 50-50 dodge, I think, now too.
This is that you lose against most other things. Sorry, say again?
I think he'd almost be at a 60% dodge, maybe higher on the Kukurov too.
So I think Kukurov has a base 14 dodge.
Yeah, 25 from Tempest.
Air is like 35.
And you get 25 from
It's
Tempest.
just not 50.
Wow.
25 from Tempest. Yeah. So 60.
Almost 70, maybe. Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, he's with the techno leecher and everything. It seems like he's really trying to double down on taking that energy away.
And now he puts the augment for the resistance on this Kukurov to try to really keep it away, alive as much as he can, to keep profiting from this Tempest. Also because he's right in the middle, there's a high chance that he takes the bombs from the Ranger, and Hiboni, like, he's a top player. We see it even with just his Elo and Inferno results. So he knows that Illumination will very likely upgrade his ranger this turn as well as playing the 5 bulwarks.
Very interesting to see what he does here.
Out of the 4
Yep.
players we have any of them won before? I think Brian's won one, right?
Let me do a quick check.
Didn't Brian win the one against Hitbone last time?
No, Brian came second.
Oh, really?
But they can't beat both seconds. Or it wasn't in the same tournament.
I'm checking right now.
Maybe he did, but I don't think he was first though.
I thought Brian won one.
So-
Yeah.
No, Brian's
But-
come second. Brian's come second and third. So he's come second in Inferno number 3 and third in Inferno number 4.
Okay, interesting. And we see Hitbone here getting punished for his aggressive ranger positioning, which maybe wasn't the best play regarding the options of Illumination and Illumination punishing for it.
I like how sometimes he'll end up with a completely new team. He does that a lot, and I love it.
That's the thing when you play 15 or 16 Illuvials, like he does in both decks. So we've seen Hitbone play 2 decks, but we saw him play 31 Illuvials. That's a lot of options right there.
Yeah, I kind of like to see it. Like, I would prefer if most people played that like that, or if the meta evolved into something like that. It just offers way more options and depth in the game.
It's
fun
so
to
much-
see.
The issue
It's so much harder
the
to
issue
play,
we
though.
have with that kind of play is that if Hitbone doesn't win the game on this round, he might just lose by the lack of
Yeah.
options.
You can't scale as hard.
Like right now, Illumination's game is just place augments and eventually reposition. But the most important unit for him to reposition is the Ranger, which moves for free. Whereas Hitbone, he only has 3 or 4 more augments, and not all of them are interesting in the matchup either. So
He's got some good aggro on the Ranger. If he can take it out, I think he's in a decent position. The double Techno Leecher on Illumination's side is going to be impactful. The Ranger does go down here.
well, it's not anymore. It's dead.
Oof. And Hepburn is going to take game 2 of the Illuvium Inferno 8
Nice.
semifinals. Or 7. I don't know what we're up to.
What do we? What? It's Inferno 7, right?
Yes, Inferno 7.
Yeah.
That's
Inferno
what I meant.
7.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Is Illumination going to be switching up teams here, or is he going to double down with some adjustments?
I don't think he goes
No, he
Tsunami
does.
again.
He needs to change team. The matchup
He
was
definitely
just way too
changes.
bad.
Yeah, that's a terrible
And we've
matchup.
seen Illumination play very comfortably with the Arcanites, which in my opinion have a better shot against this.
Yeah, I definitely think he pulls out the Arcanite here. It just is such a versatile team comp, especially into like just going into randomness. I would take Arcanite over any other team comp. And I think Illumination has shown a proficiency on Arcanite already. And in the past, in general, is just a good Arcanite player. So I would be very surprised to not see Arcanite.
Yeah. So out of the top,
Or
four,
maybe
we
he
have
has a
left-
secret team.
maybe potentially. Very unlikely, but I mean, it's always a potential, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, to
I
me,
mean-
Illumination isn't the guy who's making those fancy comps. He's the guy who finds other comps and
Optimizes them.
perfects
Yeah.
them. You know what I mean?
Or learns them.
Yeah,
Learning them is
exactly.
half the
And he
battle,
maybe gets
really.
some help from the other Phantom guys. Like we know that Viper is in Phantom as well, so maybe they work together as well in improving those teams and
I think
polishing them.
100%. I think 100%.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
And we know Viper. is
And
one
we
of the
know
guys-
Viper has a lot of experience in deck building.
Yeah.
He was actually known in Hearthstone for building some very famous decks. So if he can bring that, if he helps Illumination with that knowledge, it is no surprise to see Illumination winning at some point, or at least doing very well.
Yeah, I feel like he's improved a lot since the beginning of PvP. Like, I actually don't think he was really that good, like, when it first came out. I'll just be honest. But he's kind of cracked now. Like, he's a really good player, especially recently. I feel like he's gotten a lot better recently. Dude's
Hmm.
playing really good.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other guys that he's playing with right now, like the other 3 players, so we've got Brian, Hepbone, and Zod. All of them have placed top 5 in multiple Infernos. So not only are they good PvP players, they're good tournament players as well.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
Illumination is the only one that hasn't cracked that, honestly, even top 16 yet. And this is the first time that he's done that, and he's playing with those big guys. So mad props to him. Let's see if he can actually handle the pressure, or if he needs to go back to the drawing board and put a bit more reps in.
Well, this would be
He's already, yeah.
this would be a revenge kill because Hepbone did take down Viper.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
true.
So
It's an angle.
so that there's a lot more on the line than just another match as well.
Hepbone taking down
That's it.
both Phantom players would be pretty crazy.
But when you think about, think about elimination, stressed is probably not the first word that comes into your mind. So I think it's fine.
Do you think? I think no matter how chilled out you are, I think the tournament pressure gets to you different. Maybe he's built different. I don't know, but even as
I don't know how he reacts to pressure, but
I'd love to talk to him about it one day. You can find out for sure.
but it doesn't seem like someone that would panic under pressure. That's what I mean.
Interesting, yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've seen a lot of chilled people crack under pressure in tournaments, so I'm not as not as closed off to the idea as others might be.
Yeah, like I said during Minja's game, that where we actually even saw it matter very probably. At this stage, most of it is mental. There is the teams, but all teams are good at this stage. There is player, but all players are good at this stage. So most of it is mental.
Yeah.
what is
Mental and
Illumination
mind
playing?
games.
What's Illumination playing?
Arcanite? Would that start? No?
So you can see Hepbone has got that built into his big alluvial team, going straight into 5 Earth on round 2.
Yeah, and the interesting part is, like I said before, the Earth is very interesting against Arcanites because of that grit and resolve and those very small instances of damage. But we see Illumination adapting by doing a surprising turn 2 with the Furiox and the pure damage. The photon placed right down on turn 2, trying to get through that grit and resolve as quick as possible and save HP.
Yeah.
Very interesting play.
Oh, that stun
he's
from
trying to
Scarabok is huge though.
Oof.
That Gorilla probably would have gone
Scarabok
down
goes,
before
yeah.
the cast if that Scarabok did not stun the Furiox there.
Can we get the chat to type Scarabok in the chat, please?
Scarabok W.
Yeah, I think Illumination had the right idea. It was just unlucky with the placement. I think Hepbone, like you say, the stun was super impactful. I wonder what we're gonna see here from Illumination and how he's gonna adapt to it.
Hepbone
Okay,
is going
so-
into Enchanter Tsunami on top of the 5 Earth. I can't say I've seen that before.
Yeah, this is an interesting build.
Surprised the Ranger's not going in the corner, but he's trying to get that angle.
So the reason it doesn't go in the corner is because if he puts it in the corner right now, the Ranger would be just shooting balls at the opposing Ranger and touching nothing else, which is just a waste.
Yep.
Could you put the Ranger in the back right corner to make sure it goes through Furiox though?
And what if the opponent places something on the left?
Yeah, but like that's the bet. Even now, that kind of impacts a little bit, doesn't it?
But if it places, oh, he even moved an Atlas, surprisingly. But yeah, what if that flare would be far left? Suddenly, you wouldn't be shooting the Furiox anymore. So I think Hepbone did right by committing more mid, and this way making sure that he hits anything else than the Ranger, regardless of what Illumination does.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Enchanted just
What do you think about
procced.
the way Elimination played this turn?
Say that again, Jimbo.
Like, that's pretty interesting on the Ranger there. Not care about the same as he wants that. Can I?
I don't know if it's just me, guys, or is Jimbo?
Yeah, C3P and Barino.
Okay, cool. Sorry, man. I'm sure whatever you were saying was super insightful, but yeah, we're not here for it.
What was I gonna say? Oh, I noticed Zeptile, and I think this is really funny. You know how Gorilla makes the clones when it casts? I'm pretty sure the clone triggered Enchanter,
Yes.
which is so funny
It's
to
counted
me.
as an ally, just same for as for overtime.
Oh my god. That's so absurd.
Yeah.
I love it.
Gorilla is a unit right now that gives a lot of value for its cost. At all stages.
That's a very polite way of saying it's OP.
It's not OP. It's so
No,
squishy.
like it's literally just a lot of value. I don't think it's OP. It still lacks probably a little bit of damage to be considered OP. But it's definitely a very good unit and a top tier unit.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of utility.
Facetious, as Kieran would put it.
You can see that the Phosphorus and Bloom has not come out yet, which is quite sad because they really needs it. Let's put it that way.
So here's the thing, in this matchup, it's very hard for Phosphorus to actually get the damage in until you can at least put one augment on it. So Illumination is right on prioritizing the Furiox.
But you can use Phosphorus as a wall. It's so tanky and heals and so much.
What I'm more surprised of is this Ranger. Ranger who is... The stream is kind of bad quality, so we can't see it, but... Is that an Arcanite Steam Ranger?
No, it's Tsunami.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, on the other team?
No,
yeah, it is Steam.
Yeah, on the Illumination's side of it.
Yeah, it's Steam.
Yeah, so he played it just to give the Arcanite to the Furiox.
Yeah, I
then
think
I'm
he was just
interested
throwing...
on Wise team and not something else.
Yeah, he was just throwing stuff at the wall there.
We're actually going to see
Just seeing
Brian
what-
and Zod
seeing
gone
what would
1-1.
All right, and so that's Hepburn Hay moving into the finals. Yeah.
Yep, looks like it.
Interesting. So unfortunate for Paz. I mean, big ups to him. Well played for getting top 4. By far his best placement so far in the tournament, I'm pretty sure. Who did he actually? Let me check real quick. Who did he play up against? I don't even know what his run looked like. Yeah, so he beat Smartass 2-0. Damn.
Yeah, the high adaptability in his teams make them very aggro because he focuses on winning within the first 5 rounds.
And Brian the Brave and Zod are in a 1-1 situation now as well. Fascinating.
Zod, like I said, probably one of the most underrated players right now. He doesn't appear often on stream, but he's top leaderboards consistently and top tournaments as well. And for facing him a lot, he's very decent.
Dude, Zod, I'll tell you his placements. Check this out. Inferno 2, 9th place. Inferno 3, 17th. Inferno 4, 9th place. Inferno 5, 5th place. Inferno 6, 3rd place. He's got multiple top 5, top 10.
Yeah, and isn't it Inferno 4 just the one where it's just against me that he loses?
Potentially, I'll check that one out.
Because if that's the case, on that one, if I'm not there to stop his run, he would have probably done very, very well. On that day, he played better than my 2 next opponents.
Yeah, so he's got a 1 top 3 placing, 1 top 8 placing, 2 top 16 placings, a top 32 placing. Like, he's done so well.
Mhm.
He lost against Inferno 6. He lost against Loelo. Let's have a
Yeah,
look.
very
You're
solid
saying
player as well.
Inferno 4? Inferno 4, he lost against Sambu. It was Inferno 2 that he lost against you.
Oh,
Yeah, Inferno 4, he lost against Sambu. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, I think he's an incredible player, man. I do wonder how Brian's faring against him. Because Brian isn't a pushover either. But let me have a quick look at Brian's stuff. I mean, there's a bit of a difference. There's a bit of a difference there. Brian started off very, very strong, and he's kind of slipped down a little bit. He started with the top second place, third place, and the previous tournaments he's done 33, 18, 33. So he started off very strong, and
We also need to put all into consideration that it's single-elimination and it's only 7 tournaments. So the sample is pretty low. It's hard to say X or Y has been doing better, but
just using the data that we have in front of
good.
us.
Yeah,
Of course. Sure. Just using the data in front of us, it's not conclusive of anything, but it's better than going off the cuff and just making things up, right? But yeah, absolutely.
Regardless, actual top 4. In this actual top 4, I think we also have 4 countries represented. And all of them are kind of EU. I think Brian the Brave is UK. Headbone was Russian. I think someone said in the chat. Paz is in Austria. I know that. And who was the last one? Oh yeah, Zod's French.
Yeah. Sick. Yeah. I mean,
So,
it's cool to see
European top 4.
Yeah, it's cool to see a bunch of these other guys pop in for the European. I mean, they usually compete anyway. We've mentioned this multiple times now, but I think we're getting them at the A game because it is European timing, better suited for them rather than them waking up super early or something like that.
In the general way, I also feel like there's more Europeans in the top of the ladder than any other continent. I don't know if that's just like an audience thing, that maybe we have less American or Australian gamers and more investors from those countries, or if it's just like how we targeted our marketing. I don't know, but like in a general way, I just feel like most top players are from Europe. Like Viper is from Europe as well. Smartass is from Europe.
I mean, you've got S-Shot's American, right? But yeah, I think
S-Shot and Martini are Americans, yeah. But
I think you're right. The percentage of numbers is the majority is very much so in. I'm surprised we don't see many in Asia. I would have expected that we see.
So there are very good Japanese players out there, like Izapio, for example. But in a general way, they are also just more quiet. You know, we don't know them that much. They stay in their own community, so we kind of don't see them. Maybe a lot of them don't even know these tournaments are there. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and that's a very fair statement as well. Yeah, and I do know that, especially the Japanese culture, even with these, like, the best players are still very humble and very like, okay, thank you. They're very kind of low key about it, even if they're the fucking best. So yeah, no, absolutely, that is a very, very good point to bring up.
Yeah.
Skyrox, any update with where Brian the Brave and Zod are? I can check myself as well, right?
They make it sound like it ended.
Right, let me log into the admin stuff and have a look.
Maybe they're in their third game? I think they're in their third game.
Right. Did Zeptal just bounce? Did he disconnect or something? Or
he's off and on. I don't know. I'm sure he'll be back soon. He just hit his camera. He'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Right. Okay.
If you want, we can take a look at some matches from past Infernos.
Oh, you can do that?
This one's against Caveman and Sambu.
That's cool. That's cool that you set this up.
It's on shuffle. Cool. It'll just go through like random replays we have. We've got a lot
dude,
now.
That's really sick. Yeah, that's really, really sick actually. All right, let me have a look at the chat. What are they saying?
This is a very early game, I believe. I should start tracking them, so it's like it'll say like Inferno 6 in the corner or something. That'd be pretty cool. Well, some early day Arcanite. Smartass and Whitey.
So I think they're definitely still in the match. They reported their last match about 10 minutes ago. So chances are they're still in the match. Probably just closing up now. Yeah, so regarding the latest patch, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this though, but the latest patch is actually just the hotfix. There's no buffs or nerfs that came with it. It's just the hotfix.
They just fixed Techno Leecher.
Yeah. Because I saw some people making it out like it was a bigger patch than it was when it was just the hotfix.
Really? Some people were saying that? No. It was literally just Techno Leecher.
Right. Right. Have you looked into the chat, Scariox? In the semifinal chat? You might need to do some slight admin work real quick.
Wow, what's up?
Just have a quick look. Okay. Well, they're wrapped up anyway.
I'll double check it.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm back.
That's cool. So I believe that Zod has taken that match with Brian the Brave.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a Zod Hep on Hay final. And let me actually see real quick if we've ever seen a Zod Hep on Hay match before. Zod. We haven't. So this is gonna be the first time that they're actually playing against each other in any sort of tournament setting, which is very, very exciting. Two very good players, never matched up before in the grand finals. Should be a very good time.
Zod was probably the first one as well, at least the first one I've seen, playing Runfire in an Arcanite deck. So he's definitely a very good Arcanite player. I'm wondering if he's gonna come back with his Arcanites or if he has other stuff in store for us. I might be wrong, but I also think we didn't see any gameplay from him yet on stream today, so it's gonna be an interesting one.
Absolutely.
Because we now know very much what Head Pony plays, but we have no idea what
to expect from Zod.
What to expect from Zod, except that he's kind of known for playing Arcanites very well.
Okay, very, very excited for this
that's
match.
right. I remember that. Yeah, Illumination said that the hotfix was added to the end of the last patch. So when you click the announcement, the old patch popped up. So people thought the old patch was current. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was the old patch. It was just the one hotfix that came in. So like there was no nerfs or buffs. I saw some people saying like,
Yeah, so the last info we got from the team on that regard was that they are working on some big changes, and for that they need more time. So they just wanted to release that bug fix, and then take the time for the other patch. So it will maybe come next week, but I wouldn't even be surprised if it comes the week after, because they actually said that they have no ETA, they need internal testing so we can make more or less time. And if it's that big of a change, I wouldn't really be surprised if it takes more time. It's totally fine. Just personal opinion here. I'd rather them use this beta time to actually test and explore possibilities to make this the best game possible, rather than stick too much into let's do it for the pros and make a competitive setting with a patch every week, etc.
That's definitely not the like. It's what I can share this. Like internally, we're trying to find that balance, knowing that there are tournaments and esports initiatives like this. The game can't be stale, right? Like that's something that we need to be aware of. On the other side, we can't only be doing that. We need to make sure that the game gets better, because I saw your post recently, and I agree with it, where this is still a beta, and where we are now is a very good start compared to where we look at where TFT was when it first started, or something like that. As a first up, it's a good start, but where it's
like,
nowhere where
a lot
it
of people
needs to
don't
go.
know, but TFT, just to talk about, since people are talking about balance or variance, TFT in their very first set had a synergy that was just only 2 units. You put them on the board, and one of the opponent units, randomly chosen, would start the game with 10% HP. Just completely random. Like, so you could have your Phosphorus start with 10% HP, just chosen randomly. And that was just a 2 unit straight, super cheap to play. Just obviously not competitive and fun to play against. And yet their set 1 did very well and got a lot of traction and led them to set 2, which probably was the worst set ever, in my personal opinion again. And only then they started to get actually in a better and better state. So obviously we don't have the freedom that and budget that Riot Games has to commit on the game after bad results or stuff like that. But all in all things considered, I think it's important to remember that even compared to Web 2, the actual state of the game, compared to the development stage we are on, is actually very good.
Yeah, but that's why I say with the patches coming up, like, we're going to try and find that balance of maintaining enjoyment and changes and variety of gameplay that we witness in these esports that we have every week, in these tournaments, as well as making those changes to achieve that long-term goal that we want to be aiming towards, right? Like, I'm very excited I've shared some of the feedback from some of the TFT and Hearthstone guys with the team as well. Excited to see where the game goes in the next couple of months. I think we're going to be in a very different, much better position than we are right now when it gets to open beta. I'm very excited for when the team does get their hands on these changes as well. When the public, gets their hands on the changes.
Yeah, so I guess because you have access to the internal build, you probably know like what's the changes that are being suggested, like the gameplay mechanics.
Correct. I wouldn't be able to share it, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't going to ask you that, but just your personal opinion, are you excited about seeing those changes happening?
Yeah, of course. I think any change is going to be good. There are some, obviously, objectively that subjectively, that I agree with, and some that I don't, but I'm not an expert at this, right? I'd love to see, my thing is I want to see them tried out, and then we can decide what's best. Sometimes, for example, I don't like first-person shooters, but just because I don't like them doesn't mean that they're objectively a good genre for a lot of people. So even with some of the suggestions, I'm all for. I'm like, that makes perfect sense. The other ones I disagree with slightly, but maybe it's just me being wrong, and I'm not always correct. So I'm just excited for the changes to get put in place, and we can actually start testing it out and get a wider range of feedback rather than just a team or just one person.
Yeah, like a very good example for that I have is how the hyper changed between private beta 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Before, composites had their own +1, +2, and there was no dominance. I was very against that one because I felt like it removed a lot of skill expression, and it wasn't really that hard to realize that, to calculate those. I really felt like it wasn't. But all things considered, and after playing the PvP, I realized that it's actually just one of those situations where both are fine. It was
Yeah.
fine like it was before. It's fine like it is now. So if it makes the game easier for some people, it was actually a right call.
Yeah, exactly. I think that then that's the balance that we're trying to strike between what's accessible and what's skillfully creative, where it allows players to be skillfully creative. And you need to find that balance. You can't go one extreme on either side. Regardless, let's get into the game. So Heponhei and Zod are playing. Heponhei starting with the 3 Earth.
Because Zod is playing like we expected the Arcanite deck.
Your Arcanite,
so Earth against the Arcanite. And in the augment selection, we noticed that Zod has that augment that makes that when the holder hits some health thresholds, it gives stats and omega power to the furthest unit away. So that's what Zod got. Whereas Headbone, I don't know what he got.
What do you guys think? Just based on what you guys are seeing, who do you think's the favorite here?
When Headbone goes for the Earth one, I think it's against Arcanite. I think it's definitely just a skill and positioning matchup. But Headbone might have a slight advantage. As we saw it when he played the same matchup against Illumination, who is also a very good player.
Skyrox, your thoughts on this one?
I haven't really seen what the teams are, to be honest. I've been doing I went to get a drink.
Right.
So it's just Headbone playing his Air Earth deck against Arcanite. So same thing he picked against
Illumination.
Paz.
I think Arcanite's going to come out on top.
The name change, Illumination's name change bugs me out. I never know to call him Illumination or Paz.
I try and stick with Paz, but when I'm reading it off the screen, I'll just read whatever is in front of me. Yeah, I think Zod will take it. I think Arcanite's too good against this. It's not quite. Doesn't quite grip me. Plus, Zod's positioned this quite well, actually. I don't mind it. Because the bird just needs to stay alive for a long time to get as much bloom up and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this round 2 Arcanite where they put the bird down is very often the same thing. Like, you kill eventually the bulwarks, but when it gets to the bird, killing that bird is very painful. And I think pretty much every player that plays relatively often has gotten into that frustrating situation where the bird is about to die, but it's about to die for a very long time and in the end never dies. So
yeah, at about the 30-second mark, the bird is basically unstoppable.
I've just noticed how many Illuvials Heponhei has in his team.
All these teams have like
Heponhei
16.
plays a very different game than everyone else. He has 15 Illuvials in this one, and 16 in 16 or 17 on the other one.
Yeah, I like it. I really like that.
That's really
I
funny.
wish the game was more towards that kind of games, but the issue of what Heponhei does is that if he doesn't win by round 5, he gets outscaled by the opponent that has more augments.
That makes sense.
He can usually salvage. He can usually salvage round 6 with positioning.
It's a very aggro play. But I respect it, and I've been exploring that as well. But the ways I've been doing it are not as good as Headbonei's. But
I think
at least the game was more like that.
I think that's the goal. That's the direction that we want to be heading towards. Because right now there's way too much. I mean, Ben has said this, but it's just pretty much augments. So yeah.
Most of the power is in augments and not enough in the units. Augments and synergies do most right now, rather than the actual units, which is a bit sad when you have so many units that have so good utility, like stuns and stuff like that.
For sure.
So if we tone the personal opinion again, and I'm not trying to tell the team that what they're doing is bad or whatever, but personal opinion, if we get the game in a state where synergies and augments matter less and the proper units matter more, we would have a game more interesting to play in the at least in high elo. I think I passed the mark a long time ago where I can still feel and think how low elo players feel. So I won't say about them, but for at least for esports, I think that's where we should be aiming towards.
I think one of my favorite things about survival mode PvP2 that I found was one of the hardest things that took me to grasp is where to place your Titan ore, right? You know, like you want it to be able to hit its Omega through this, and this, because that's really impactful in the outcome of the game. And now this
PvP,
feels a little bit.
You just realize that Titan ore doesn't cast.
Yeah, and now it feels less like a thing that you focus around, and you focus it more about where can I get the most value out of my siphon matrix, or which augments do I place to slow down their energy gain, you know? And I really want it to be more about where do I place my Titan ore.
Yeah. A lot.
It felt like that was even more important before.
All right, so Hepburn Hayes put his ranger in the back, and knowing that it's just going to go full blast into pretty much most of Zod's units.
Mm-hmm. And Zod is now in a very tricky situation where the Lolura will not be doing much. He's gonna get stunned in chains by the monkeys, so it won't achieve much. The Cucullus will take a lot of time before getting targeted, and the Ranger is just completely safe. And in a situation even where if Furiox shoots the Geyser, it might not even hit the Ranger, which is why this positioning, and like I explained to the chat, to our viewers earlier, why Geyser is so interesting, because not only it's a cheaper Mystic than Adorius, it also has a larger hitbox and allows to protect the Ranger a bit better. But
I do feel like Adorius has fallen off.
Zod has very, very good legendary augments here, though. He has Time's Respite, which gives immune and a shield, so it's technically just a better tempo safeguard. And he has Sharp Start, so he can go through the bulwarks of a Headbone more effectively. Unfortunately for him, Sharp Start doesn't affect Grit and Resolve, so it's useless for the Earth. Yeah,
good point. The healing from that Geyser is really good off the back of Tsunami. I've always underestimated that. I think I like it. I respect it.
Even without Tsunami, his heal is still very nice. But yeah, he casts way more often when you give him Tsunami, and that's where Tsunami gets tricky to balance. Is because you don't want to make their units trash when they don't have Tsunami, but it's because of how Tsunami is designed, it's also very hard to make those units balanced when they can just permacast. So Tsunami will definitely be in the future a synergy to keep a very close eye on, in my opinion.
I think. Could you imagine if the Ranger
situation is mad?
Could you imagine if the Ranger could get augments on it? Tsunami on the Ranger would be insanely broken.
My personal feeling was first that we needed to be able to attach augments on the Ranger in some way, but that was just like the only way to get a behemoth carry was to give it to Ranger, and Ranger could not have the augments to get cleanse or something. So. But now we see a side swap from Zod trying to shift sides, but it was anticipated by Headbone, who actually didn't put his Ranger on the right this time. And I can't tell who's going to win this one, actually.
I think Headbone's got him.
Headbone might have it.
The Volante going on.
Yeah. Not Volante is on the snake. It's looking bad for Zod here. Maybe Headbone take round one. Wait, Bird?
It's coming for you.
Bird. Yeah.
The clone. It's going to drop that Lalura. Oh no, it's still there. Never mind.
Wow. HP saved there. 65 HP saved. But now we see the issue with a bonus deck is that he still can place units this turn. Augments this turn. But not the following one. So he now upgrades his units for more expensive ones. And places back all the augments. Very good augments on Exodon there. Removing the rogues because they're not as impactful right now anymore. Getting even more grit and resolve against that bird. Very interesting.
That Axodon would not go down, especially with Tsunami.
So because he upgrades to more expensive units later, we can see that he can actually still even play around 7 and still have stuff to place.
He is going to drop to 3 Earth.
Yeah, but he plays better units. I think it's worth it. He doesn't have 5 bulwarks though. Also, how comes I only see 3 bulwarks on the left side, on the left list, but I actually see 4 on the board? Oh no, it's the fighter links. It's the fighter links. It's not the bulwark one. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, yeah. That Axodon is stacking his grit and resolve. He's probably up to about 50 or 60 now.
Oh yeah, he's at max stacks now. And the sequencer is also big now. I think this Axodon might not die unless overtime comes. And we saw that the Ranger Ball actually was hitting the splash on the Ferox. Yeah.
Lure's in a good position though.
Yeah, but overtime. Oh.
It's very close.
It's very, very close, and he now has the pure damage and resistances stacked up. You can still put a Siphon Matrix somewhere and complete movement freedom.
I think he's probably expecting a switch here.
Could be.
Yeah, locking down the Lulura would be really
But
good.
just in case that doesn't happen, he places his monkey in a way that the Ranger doesn't get hit by the charm and will stun the Lulura if he decides to come this way. Very interesting play. We see Hitbone playing Tetris right now with his units.
Yeah, having no more augments.
It's not the right game. Alright, so now that Caradulo, or Carablu, sorry, will be giving Omega Power most likely to the Ranger. And now Zod's Ranger is going to be a menace as well.
Oof.
But the monkey died, and that Lulura is starting to get threatening.
Looks like Headbone Head is going to go down this round.
Is it enough to kill it? Oh yeah, definitely. Congrats, Zod! Zod showing how good he is at maneuvering the Arknight build. And I think most of the difference in this matchup was actually in the augment choices. He let Hitbone here giving the sharp start and the immune plus shield on Omega to Phosphorus might have been a mistake. I think that's where the game was decided, other than just raw positioning.
Yeah, that sharp start's a big,
very, very
big
good
edge.
wonder how both players will adapt in this situation. Hiboni probably not very happy about the situation because he has this team that he built with countering Arcanite in mind that just lost to Arcanite in game 1. So I'm curious to see what he's gonna play turn 2.
He's going
he
Scion.
go down?
Here we go.
Oh, he's going Science, yeah. Science or Fighters. We don't know how he plays this matchup this way. Yeah. He can't let, after seeing how the last one went, he can't let the sharp start again to Zod. He noticed it. But Adaptive Reflection indeed will turn this Phosphorus almost immune to energy damage, especially because the Fleeches do multiple Omega damage instances. So a single Fleech Beam will probably put the Resonator at max stacks.
Only does 6 procs. Still need 2 Flesh Beams.
Yeah, that's already like a lot of Omega energy resist. I don't remember exactly the numbers of that legendary.
It's 25 per hit. So 6 times 25 would be 150.
It's already 150. It's already more than giving Colossus.
Yeah. Double that.
Augments are not powerful. Yeah, so also interesting positioning here from Zod that right away from the start considers the possibility of a Ramfire coming and puts the Groko behind to potentially stun and remove energy from the Ramfire.
Oh yeah, Groko vs Ramfire is great.
Now we see the 5 Scions. This round 2 is very, very aggressive.
Oh, it's savage. I don't know if there's a team in the world that can beat it. You can't drop Ramfire round 2, it's just too expensive and it will die too fast.
I've seen people doing it, but...
Doesn't work. It's for preparing it later. I'm just saying you can't win with it.
I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not a very big Ramfire fan in most situations. So I don't have much experience with the unit itself. I have a lot of experience against, but not with it. But I think Zod will be fine in this one.
Now all the flesh are going to cast on the Phosphorus.
Yeah. And it's 170 HP down for Zod, but we know this Science team is very aggressive in the beginning. Now he's gonna position the Lynx in a positioning where he hopes that he clips the Phosphorus within, while also at the same time try to not get in Phosphorus cast. So the reason he puts it on the left right there is because he knows that the Phosphorus will go straight to the Cardiologs. Oh, that Lynx targeting that Caribou was not expected by me. But yeah, big cost there, getting the Phosphorus in. And we see that Zod plays that Ramfy variant, getting him a way better matchup in this situation.
Big Lynx cast. Lalura is going to cause some trouble to Headbone Head later on in this series, I think. The Predator imprint comes out too.
What would be really dangerous for Hiboni here is if those rogues suddenly start having survival protocols on them, so you can't even just burst through them. Oh, he went for the double cast.
Yeah, I suspect to deny.
Of denying it
than
going for it himself.
Epinhay saw it coming. I'm still surprised he didn't put any points into the Predator chip from Zod there.
I think Zod literally tried to bait Hitbone into taking it, even though Hitbone doesn't use it.
Yeah, so I feel like they both played each other a little bit. I'm not sure Zod gets
Yeah.
particularly amounts of benefit from the double Omega, but on Ramfy, it's definitely not bad.
No, but he also got the Sapping Hex, and Sapping Hex is actually very good. Less attack speed and less Omega power per second, so he can put that on his Cardiologs and get that burn to do way less damage. Or he can put it on the back line and decide that if the rogues jump, they'll be less scary. I was just saying, not a surprise until Bonfire comes, this match is free. There is no Renfire in this Zod's list, there is Renfi, and I might be biased because that's the version I play as well, but I think the Renfi version is better.
I'm not going to lie to you. A Ramfire would be helpful right about now.
That's actually just Zod's fault, because he committed to a single side with his rogues, instead of trying to spread them more and trying to get more value out of them, more safe value.
Hmm.
And he left Sharp Start to Headbony, so that Headbony now, whatever plan he gives,
He kind of needs to win this round. Sharp start on the links is insane, and I love it. It's so perfect. On the fire links
might be
too.
enough to just kill this Phosphorus straight away.
Oh yeah. Whatever it's touching, except for Phosphorus, is probably one-shotting it. It's probably doing like 80% to Phosphorus.
I think because there are 2 links casting, I think it's gonna be enough to one-shot the Phosphorus. I think we'll see like Link's Water Wave come. Oh, Survivor Protocol. And the Maladaptive. Oh, okay. The Resonator.
Volante is going to deny the sharp start. Oh, completely denies the sharp start links.
Yes, and now we're at the stage where this Phosphorus is not going to die. Yeah. To the Lulura. And yeah. Zod might win just again on Legendary Augment's choices. Letting him have that augment that makes Phosphorus almost immune to the energy damage might have been what costed the game to hit Bunny here, unless he finds the ways to adapt, which he definitely has the potential to.
Nah, this feels like a choke to me. I think he's over-committing to this.
He has to swap the Ranger weapon though.
Yeah.
So annoying when I make that kind of transition. Sometimes I forget to rebond or I forget to change the weapon. It's so annoying to lose because of that. But yeah, like I don't expect much from this Renfire. I'll be honest.
Well, it's not going to take out.
Predicted that right from the start and has put his look at this. Double Siphon Matrix on the one jumping. Oh, yeah.
Unless this Ramfire can hit the Phosphorus, it's not going to get you the value. I I saw the Firios
but
going
even
down
if
on the
it
flish
does-
was crazy.
But even if it does, like,
Oh my god! Didn't that thing
Sharp
have a
start.
dominable?
the sharp start. Indomitable? No, there's no Indomitable on that one. The sharp start putting the work.
God damn! What an upset! Zod coming back pretty confidently with the Arcanite. And this Ramfire
Yeah,
takes
yeah.
out the Grocko without an
I would
issue.
just like to catch the attention on that Ramfy, you know? Best frontline in the game.
God damn. He's come to play. Can't wait for the
Yeah,
chat to see
yeah.
that.
I'm literally watching on the other side to relive that moment where we got that one shot from the Ramfire.
I've never seen it get one shot before, and you kind of have to like, you have to one shot it. It had the augment that was going to give it resistance the more Omegas hit it. And Epon has set it up in such a way that you didn't do that. Oh yeah, sharp start, so it didn't really matter.
Even though he would have, Sharp Start would still negate 80% of that, so... But yeah, it indeed had the... Indomitable. What happened there?
I swore the Phosphorus had Indomitable, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it had.
So the Ramfire went straight through it. Doesn't make any sense.
Did Zod misclick and put the shield plus immune on it instead?
Maybe, but he probably still would have lived, no? Maybe. He's still the biggest bird.
By the way, we see now Hit Bunny repeating the same matchup.
You can see the sharp start diff. Each player's won with sharp start once.
I'm surprised even when I play ranked how people actually undervalue sharp start, whereas if you give me the choice between sharp start and meteor, there's a very high probability that I will take sharp start instead of the meteor.
Yeah, Meteor's very good
Somehow
against
everyone defaults 3 in the meteor.
Meteor's very good against big backlines. Firiox is one thing, but like Invokers and Scions. Because I love putting it on Lolura.
Mhm.
But against other things, you don't need it as much. Especially if you've got immune on your Phosphorus, right?
So, sharp start in a general way is excellent by the simple fact that there is bulwarks or colossus in every single comp.
Oh yeah.
So whatever happens, you can always make one unit just skip that. Those resistances, and it's very strong. It's a very strong move.
Oh, the Ramfy gonna miss everything.
Very interesting round 2. Ramfy ult was a bit sad, but he's gotta get a second one. Oh no, the beams, yeah.
He's gonna take a bit more damage than he might have if that Ramfy got a good cast off, so not looking great for Zod in this game 3.
Not the best start, but he seems confident on taking Arcanite again. And I would agree. Without the legendary augment issues, he would have probably taken the first round. But in fact, when you play 5 bulwarks, you shouldn't give up on the sharp start. It counters you too hard.
Mm. He's committing a lot to that left side. Honestly, I'd almost be considering putting phosphorus on the right-hand side.
No, actually that would have been a mistake because right now that phosphorus is cutting on the remaining scions.
I don't think it was reaching
cutting
them.
on the same place as the rogues.
Hmm.
The Inferno, though.
Oh, that's
But we already see
so tempting.
like what Titan's Redoubt does in on a Titan on a Cardiologue. So Zod going for the impact dampener. It's not a bad one, especially when you have rogues.
Yeah, but that phosphorus can't break through a Titan's Redoubt. Not on round 4.
In round 4, he can upgrade his units and place 2 augments. Insane.
Hmm. And who says Illuvium's not free to play? 5 flesh is all you need.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Until I have a price chart in front of my eyes, I won't make any comment on that. Because, you know, Illuvials were pretty much priced in initially.
S. Judd says Zod really going for that one-trick bloom. Hey, if you learn it well enough and you can play it, then that is what it is. Part of this game is learning how to play the team. Oof.
In a general way, I just feel like it's definitely not a big deal. A team like Arcanite has pretty much answered to pretty much everything right now, especially this variant that has rogues as well. So it's more like it's the kind of comp that even though they have no real good matchups, they also have no real bad ones. So, and which is why we see it popping up so often in tournaments. It's because this comp can pretty much adapt to pretty much everything, as long as the player is good enough and understands his win conditions. So I think it's good that people play it, and I think when you one-trick Arcanite, you probably learn way more than when you're just playing that kind of comps that has 3 excellent matchups and 3 unplayable matchups.
Hmm. I did like.
Don't really force you into decision making.
I did like Zod's play last turn where he went straight into Graviton Piercer. If he didn't do that, he would have lost there and then. So I think that's a very good understanding of the matchup. It
actually helped him a lot on getting through that Cardiologues with the Titans without.
Oh yeah.
Now we see that dampener, and this Cardiologues is not even there. Where is Cardiologues? What is a Cardiologues?
Yeah, the pure damage from Furiox really stepping in there. The Ramfire is going to go down. There's a lot of damage on the board here. I don't think it's enough.
It is.
Oof.
Oh no, my bad. I was watching Zod's HP somehow. Going for the Vitality Veil, and the Survival Protocol. So now this Cardiologues won't be as easy to take down. We know it will take at least 6 seconds.
Let's say 10 seconds. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, like at least 6. That's just guaranteed. Infinite damage. 6 seconds.
That Furiox was doing a lot of damage. I was actually quite surprised, like how fast it took down the Ramfire even.
So that's because Zod's playing a variant with so you have Arcanite in the comp, you have Fire in the comp, and here's the 2 best augments of that Kyriox, and we didn't notice, but maybe that Kyriox even got the hyper. No, he doesn't. The Cartulok dies too quickly, even with the survival protocol. Oh, the wings!
Gonna one-shot that Firiox. The Ramfire might just cast.
The Ramfire is still alive, and the Waterlink is still alive as well.
The Ramfire is gonna miss.
Everyone runs away from Ramfire. That's why Ramfire sucks. Sorry. That's literally the reason why I don't play Ramfire.
Phosphorus be making Ramfire look like
It goes out in the
KFC.
sky, and everyone runs away.
We're gonna see Zod win Game 3 in the series. I guess a one trick like this. I think Headbone Hair, was he the one we saw with Magma, or that was a different player? I think, yeah, he really needs something. Oh, crap. We're into it quick. Jesus.
I'm reading the stream, and maybe the players who lost should learn from the ones who are still in instead of criticizing their plays. Just suggestion.
My God. We keep it nice out here on the Inferno. Everyone's a winner when they play an Inferno.
It's just the backseat attitude, you know? Like, when you're not playing, it's easy to... even us casting, it's very easy to say, I don't know why X or Y. But when you're in the game, there's much more going on, and...
I still can't believe...
People play their things in a... they probably have their own reasons to, and own reasoning. And it would be just arrogant to say X or Y is bad. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I still can't believe Cardalos went down so fast. Regardless of, like,
I mean,
your Graviton Piercer
Piercer
and your pure damage, still.
That's a lot of damage, and Arcanite and everything. And I think Zod also equipped his Ranger quite quickly as well, compared to what most people do with Arcanite.
Hmm.
Reading the chat now. Yeah. Well, let's go back to our game and let Esja do his Esja thing. So we see now kind of the remake, but with this time a Phosphorus way behind. Oh no, this time Ed Boney is playing the Earth Air deck. Okay.
Yeah.
He's playing back Earth. Okay.
Slow start for Hepburn, hey? Let's
I
see how
have
it
to
goes.
let you alone for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Don't know what Hepburn's plan is here. I definitely know the enchanter and the shields are going to be really beneficial, but it's not going to be that impactful in round 5 and 6, and he's already lost the first 2, so I don't know where he goes from here. Lallura going onto the Apon is very good, though, and likely exactly what he was after. Keeping the ranger out of harm's way, stunning it every now and then. I don't even think it hit the geyser here, so also very solid. Volante surviving for a very long time. Between Earth and the geyser heals, it can 1v1 a Phosphorus, which is quite impressive to me. Let me just put it that way. A lot of shielding, a lot of healing, and a lot of grit and resolve. Gonna do a lot of damage on this round, especially as Overload chunks the Phosphorus. He also has a Gorilla clone on the board, which is going to make it even easier. Getting 400 damage down on Zod in that round, you love to see it. You cannot give up Vital Strike here. Oh my god. Although 90 mega power going into the Ranger is a pretty big deal, but I still think Vital Strike is too powerful to give up. The Revenant imprint on Phosphorus could be quite good as well, but nothing crazy. He is going to get the Revenant imprint. I'm surprised he did not go for Vital Strike. Vital Strike on Phosphorus is absolutely goated. But he is going to deny the Omega Power. Haven't really seen it be used much, but it must be pretty good on this Tsunami Ranger. If we do go to Game 5, this might be the first time that has ever happened in the Illuvium Inferno. Pyrox hasn't come out. If it goes back left, I think it'll be pretty impactful. But it needs to have the pure damage augment on it, which means he might not have enough points to get those augments onto Phosphorus as well. It's going to be a tricky outcome here. He's going to get Graviton Piercer, but that is not going to go through Grit and Resolve. See how little damage that Fireox is doing without having pure damage on it? It can't even hurt a Gorilla. Wild. Gorilla going hyper. So is Volante. Volante is now hyper. It's going to be another big win for Hepburn, hey? But not going to be enough to take him down, I don't think. Oof, bringing him down to 170 HP. Thankfully for Zod, he is going to be able to get those augments on top of his Firiox and Phosphorus now to make them a bit more formidable. But I don't know if it's too little too late. Vital Strike on Grilla, I'm loving that. That's actually going to do so much work if it doesn't die to like a pure damage Firiox. He successfully switched up his entire strategy to prevent that Phosphorus from going onto his backline. And he managed to take out Lalura a lot easier than I expected. The Vital Strike Grilla is going to go down. It's hard to say if he can remove Phosphorus here. Killing Firiox is going to give him a shot. With the heals, I think it's possible. I think he's going to out-heal Phosphorus, and it's going to drop.
Away with that win. Now that will be 2-2, and we will go to our first ever full 5 games in a finals. First ever in the Inferno. Now, the question is not, does Zod switch up? Because I'm almost positive he's just going to play Arcanite again. So the question then really becomes, what is Hetbone going to play? Is he going to continue with that team comp that he thinks counters it better with the Earth? Or is he going to go into straight Tsunami? No, he didn't play that. I don't think he'll play Tsunami. The only other option I think is he might possibly play Scion again. But I think that's proven to not be successful. What do you think?
I think you stick with the same team if you do anything. This team is a very good counter against Arcanite. I'm not sure Arcanite can beat it, even with like, they would need like impeccable positioning. And even then, there's pretty much no way to get to that Ranger effectively with the Lalura or the Phosphorus.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely running it back.
The question is, can Zod find a way to beat it?
Yeah, he did win the first game. I think Hetbone played this in the first game, right? And lost into the Arcanite. But I think that was more of a mistake on Hetbone's.
I don't think he played the 5 Earth that time for some reason.
Are you sure?
No, he might have played this team, but I don't think he played the 5 Earth when he was playing it. But I could be wrong. Oh, maybe that was because the bird got sharped up. Maybe you're right. But this, yeah, I don't know.
I'm almost positive he played this team. I could be wrong. Maybe chat help us out a little bit. But regardless, this turn with the 3 Earth and the 2 Rogues is pretty strong. I can't remember. I think the 3 Water, they just get hyper and beat it that way. Also, obviously have huge resistances on the 3 Bulwarks compared to only having 3 Earth plus 3 Water. Get regen bat. Just a decently mid-strong turn 1 with the 3 Water Bulwarks.
I think it's also the Illuvials themselves. Atlas is one of the best stage ones in the game. Carablue, particularly good against two rogues. And then the Water Grocco is maybe the other best stage one in the game. For their mastery cost, their abilities, their usefulness, it's just too good. It's pretty unmatched.
Yeah, Water Grocco and Carablue get so much out of their Omegas.
Oh, yeah.
Feels so good.
Carablue, not so much after like round 3. But on round 1, especially against 2 rogues or 3 fighters, a whole lot.
Yeah.
It's because Thorns being pure damage also helps break through the earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have as much. I get really tired. Oh, 1 a.m.
Quants in the chat says, how is this kind of a match more watchable than an infinite mirror match? I never said mirror matches weren't fun to watch. That was Scoriox. I like mirror matches. As long as it's not the empath mirror match, I like watching mirror matches. I think it's fine. But yeah, that's definitely preference. I think just seeing the same thing over and over in a game with so much variety is probably what Scoriox doesn't like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see the exact same matchup 5 games straight. It doesn't matter what it is. Surprised to see the Phosphorus go to town so easily here. But he did lose the first 2 rounds of the last set game in the series.
Yeah, probably just how the progression of this team comp works. I mean, you don't really get a lot of damage until you get the Enchanter and then upgraded Gauntlet, right?
Yep. Well, you don't get any of your survivability without getting Geyser or Enchanter shields either.
Yeah, true. And then when you have Earth on top of those shields and the healing, it's a whole different ball game. I do really like this team comp, specifically for countering Arcanites. It's a cool take on how to use that Gauntlet style of play with the Tsunami and Water Gauntlet on Ranger.
That Ranger up the front is going to go down quickly. Although a minor distraction, it's quite effective. He gets the Graviton Piercer on early. I don't think he's seeing that it's not going to do anything against the Grit. Like, why wouldn't you start putting the pure damage on top of your Phosphorus, or boosting it to Mega Power so that you can cut through? I'm not sure what he's hoping to achieve from this Graviton Piercer.
Yeah, I think pure damage is the go-to here, because you're going to be doing a lot of auto attacks, and that pure damage is going to really help cut through that 5 Earth. But you also need something on your Theriax, so kind of just depends on how you want to play it.
Tempest Affinity Chip is crazy here.
Oh yeah, he does have the Kukaraf, correct? So.
Oh yeah, you chuck Tempest on like Scarabok, right? And then give it resistance, the resistance augment. It's also got the Bulwark imprint. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a strong round as well.
He's not quite going to get 3 air yet.
Yeah. Gets 3 bulwark with that though, so just even more added resistances on top of that phosphorus.
So for anyone who doesn't know, the Grit Resolve was actually calculated before resistances. And so Phosphorus's 100 damage is dropping to like 50. And then he's piercing 40% of resistances from the 50. So he's actually not getting that much out of it.
Yeah, Zod is a one-trick Bloom player, but obviously pulling it off pretty well each time. So, and Arcanite, one of those team comps that you can one-trick. A lot of other team comps have like hard counters. But Arcanite always seems like it has potential to win. It has unfavorable matchups, but you can always win with Arcanite if you play well. It feels in almost every scenario.
Scarabok doing very well.
Yep, underrated damage on that Omega as well that a lot of people I don't think about. That Scarabok just stayed alive forever on 1 health. That was kind of crazy. It seems it's kind of going to be where Hetbone Hay might take it away. I could definitely see him winning this round and the round following and winning that way.
He's got such good legendary augments. What do you do against that?
I don't know. I don't know. Zod's going to have to figure it out because he could definitely lose this next round. 100% could lose it. So how does Zod respond? That's the question we have here. Interesting he doesn't go for the water Graco if he can't get 2 air or 3 air. Oh, it's because he has other air units. Never mind. Yep, much more preferred from my perspective, getting in that 3 tsunami.
Could you imagine putting Tempest on Scarabok here? It's already surviving so long. Imagine if it drains their energy and has dodge chance.
I mean, just think about the fact that he was able to put in Axodon. Forget the Scarabox. The fact that he can put Axodon in here and still have that 3 bulwark, and now he has that Tinky Axodon with Omnigenic and Nano Sequencer, and he's gonna have 80 physical and energy resist right off the bat, and then that scaling Nano Sequencer, 16 energy physical resist every 4 or 3 seconds. Regardless, he's gonna have like 300 resist by the time we get to the end of the match,
and like 20 or 30 grit and resolve or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's stupid. This guy's gonna be unkillable.
And he's casting a shield every 2 seconds.
Yeah, earth buff, bulwark buff, the shield, the Augmus. Dude, that guy is a straight up unkillable tank.
With the 2 mystics, he actually gets attack speed boosts every time he has a shield on him.
Yeah. Bigly. Now, Zod did manage to get the Lallura there, but as we can see, he's kind of just picking off every unit one by one, even with the Lallura on top of him. Really, if anything, it's giving him more energy faster. And that should be the end of the series. Hetbone, hey, my man.
Finally takes a tournament.
Yeah, the Inferno favorite finally takes first place in the Inferno. Hetbone Hay coming through with the full 5-game series, first full 5-game series of the Inferno's history, and he pulls through with the 3-2 win over Zod. Great plays from Hetbone Hay.
Very well played by Zod too. I think we love to see it. It was great all around. So many great matches that series. More importantly, that first match and the second match were really crazy, and that last one showing that Hetbone Hay he figured it out. You can't just play one team over and over again. And it's just not quite going to work, especially if someone's prepared against that team quite well, like Hetbone Hay clearly has. But more importantly, it was a good series. Zod fought some really great matches up onto his way here as well, and both players came up against some really fierce competitors. And I think overall they both did really, really well. And Zod taking second for his second time. He took second